Got married to a Funko Pop. Oh, 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 oh. We got wedded conjoined in a Subway shop. Oh, 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 oh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole life is spent watching on a tube. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Funko, oh, 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 oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, 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 oh. I got married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh. We got wedded conjoined in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. My whole life is spent watching on the tube. Whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Funko, oh, 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 oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, oh, oh. We got wedding coitus in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Oh, we got wedded, we got joined in a Subway shop. Oh, oh, oh. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through a tube. Vitamins and minerals, they come to me through this here tube. Oh, oh, oh. Funko, oh, 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 oh. Funko. Funko, oh, 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 oh. I got married to my Funko Pop. Oh, oh. We got wedded, we got joined in a Subway shop. Oh, oh. married to my Funko Pop. Ooh, we got wedded. Come join in a Subway shop. Ooh, oh, oh. I'm married to a Funko Pop. Ooh, we got joined, Curtis in a Subway shop. Ooh. Vitamins and biscuits and minerals, they come with me through a tube. My whole is spent watching on a tube. Ooh, whoa, oh, oh, oh. I'm married to my Funko Pop. Ooh.
Welcome everybody.
We got wedded.
Just give it a chance. Don't leave the chat. Somebody just left, and that hurts my feelings. Why would you leave the chat?
Vitamins and minerals, they come to me.
Somebody just left the Twitter space when they heard the song. Come back. Why did y'all leave? Don't leave. What's up? Yes. It's going down like that. Like, it's time for a debate review. It's been so long. When was the last time we did even a debate review? What the hell is even that? I don't remember. It's been a long ass time. I know that much. It was probably Lennox, not Lennox Lewis versus Tyson. John Lennox versus Dickie Dawkins. I don't even remember. But so many people have requested this, but there hasn't been any good debates in a long time to actually do this too. And let's see, I forgot to put the link for the people to call in. You know what I'm saying? This is a populism situation. This one for the people. We want y'all to call in. You know what I'm saying? Call in. Let me put the link in the show description. For them scrippers. All y'all scrippers got to leave. All right. So yes, we opened it up in a little while, and I'm gonna explain to you I'm gonna explain what's going on too, because I've been sicker than hell, boy. I've been sick as hell, literally. Y'all have no idea how sick I've been. I was so sick. By the way, I had to cancel the comedy event. You think I wanted to cancel the comedy event? My third time performing Cringecore live. You think I wanted to cancel that? Hell no. I had 102 fever for about 3 days. But that wasn't even the hard part. So I got some kind of... So basically, Ebola had done effed around with freaking norovirus, and they created a gay child that infected my stomach. So I had the worst stomach flu for the last week. I mean, dude. Oh, dude. And to be honest with you, I'm still a little sick. But I wanted to do the stream so bad that I didn't want to say no. So we're still going to do it. And everybody loves these debate reviews. I mean, some of these have gotten, well, they've gotten a lot of views. So, I mean, dude, I was so sick. You ever be so, I feel like a stand-up comedian. You ever be so, a black stand-up comedian, ever be so sick that your ass just wake up in the middle of the night, don't even know where your ass at, and your ass is Googling shit you don't even care about. But suddenly you do care about it. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Y'all ever be... Your ass is so sick, you over here watching documentaries on Project Pat, trying to figure out where he's at. Like, what happened to him? Where he at? Listen, man, I'm trying to figure out what happened to Project Pat right now. I'm going to solve this mystery. You ever been that sick? That's how sick I was and is. Okay, I'm like 80% good. But I'm about got gangster boo and Project Pat mystery is solved. Ballers, we'll be on some twanky. Player haters got found stanky. Drinking fat bloods danky. Big diamond rings on a panky. That's what I'm talking about. How did I get through being sick? Project Pat. That's how I got through. And by the way, in case you're wondering, I found my plan is going according to my long-term plan is coming to fruition. Okay. Keep in mind, I am a little sick still, so y'all have to be patient with me. My long-term plan to surpass Project Pat in importance and popularity is coming to fruition, as you can see on the long-term 12-month chart right here. Okay. As we come closer to October, you see a steady bit of a climb and a steady decline of Project Pat. So what I'm trying to say is 2025, we're about to surpass Project Pat. Now, on to other key information. Don't worry, people, I see y'all leaving.
This isn't talking about Jordan Peterson. Who is Project Pat? Why is this person talking about Jordan Peterson? What is this? What is this room I have stumbled into?
This place ain't for you. This place is only for true ballers. Get your ass out of here. This is how I weed out the low IQ people that don't know what's going on. Anyway, I found something else. This thing. Look, I couldn't resist it. We all know, right? I mean, it's almost as if the Pope of the future predicted exactly what was to come, and the prophecies are being fulfilled in our day. The Vatican has announced essentially a Funko Pop. The obvious comment to make was Funko Pope. But I can't overlook the fact that one of my favorite characters, the Pope of the future, is intimately connected to my hit song, Being Married to a Funko Pop. And what do we have the Roman Catholic Church celebrating? Whatever the hell this is. This looks like a damn bad trip right here. I mean, I don't do LSD no more, but I mean, this looks like the shit that the dude from Memphis puts the LSD on. This is the tab of paper that the weirdo dude from Memphis puts the LSD on. Okay, it looks like this. It's got a bunch of damn halfway anime, purple-haired freak, trippy, whatever it is, right? Is this like the Grateful Dead mixed with like anime mixed with PEDO? And it's made by something called Tokidoki. Oh, what do they design? Oh, look what they design. Well, they design TRANZ and whatever the hell this is straight out of hell right here. And this is the official Funko Pope mascot of the Roman Catholic Church. Her name is Luce. Look, she got shit on her galoshes too. Look at that. Nobody even paid attention. She got a raincoat. And then she's got a bunch of damn shit on her galoshes. She's been walking through all that bullshit that Rome teaches. I'm not joking either. Look at it. What the hell is that? What the hell is even that? Ballers, we be on some twanky. Player haters get found stanky. Tricking fat bloods of the danky. Big diamond rings on a panky. That's what I'm talking about. I'll take Project Pat over the official Mascot Jubilee with her shit-covered galoshes over here. What the hell? And look, who called it all? Your boy right here, the Pope of the future. That's who. The Pope of the future warned you about Costco cities and that you would be living in a Walmart and a Costco, and it happened. They really exist now. I warned you about the marriage to a Funko Pop future. Now the Roman Church has its own Funko Pop. We're only a decade away from a Funko Pope. So let's give a hand to the progress. Let's give a hand to progress. Now, the trad cats 25 and under on the internet are cheering this on. You can't make this up. You can't make this. You think the trad cats can't get any dumber? No, they're cheering this on. This is, to put it in the terms of one of them, adorable. Adorable. Anyway, what the hell else is going on? I don't know if I got energy for a lot of Dawkins impressions, so I'm going to play my Dawkins for you right now, get it out of the way. A lot of y'all came here just for the Dawkins impression. Like I said, I'm about 80% better from my gastrointestinal aids. So let's just get the impression out of the way.
No Christianity, but none of the theology. Throw the theology out. Give me the warm cookies and the apple cider. Richard Dawkins. I want cultural Christianity, but none of the theology. Throw the theology out. Give me the warm cookies and the apple cider.
I just realized that none of y'all even saw any of that stupid shit because I didn't have it pulled up on the right screen. Look, I'm sick, so I'm out of it, right? Look, here you go. Okay, now y'all can see it. Is the damn mic even on? Have I been talking to myself this whole time? Let's see. Okay, now you can see. I'm going to show you the shit again.
And the apple cider. Richard Dawkins. I want cultural Christianity, but none of the theology. Throw the theology out. Give me the warm cookies and the apple cider.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Some real Richard Dawkins. Now I got to go back and re-show you because this stupid ass thing was on the wrong page. This. Oh, look. So here's my Project Pat thing. I was trying to. I'm going to make it quick. Don't worry. We already running people off. My long-term plan to surpass Project Pat in importance and popularity is coming to fruition. As you can see at the edge of the graph, there's a sharp decline in Project Pat, and you see a little bit of a bump there. So I think by 2025, we're gonna be the true baller. Now to bring it back to the main point about the Funko Pope, there it is. Yes, it's real. A lot of people say, "Is this even real?" Yes, it is real. And there you can see a creepy goblin-looking archbishop reaching out to grasp this idol. Again, looking like a damn if Grateful Dead had sex with an acid trip and produced this, and then they were PEDO with it. That's what this looks like. And then to show you what I'm talking about, here it is, loose. There she is. Yes, it's real. Yes, they're promoting it. It's, quote, adorable. As you can see, her galoshes are covered in shit. She's literally walking through all the bullshit of the Vatican. It's, by the way, it's like all straight up. Well, I mean, I know this is basically what's been coming out of me for the last 5 days straight. So she's been walking through my bathroom, basically. Anyway. Let's time to get, look, people are getting mad and leaving. Let's get to what y'all wanted to hear, which is my breakdown of every Project Pat song, starting with Ballers, right? Is that why y'all are here or not? I don't know. All right. Yo, what's up? By the way, you want to support the stream, you can do so. We got a nice fat crowd that's emerging over here on YouTube. My dumbass jokes are filtering out the low IQ people. That's how it works. I have a Malthusian practice of bad jokes. It's Malthusianism. It ferrets out them low IQ boys. It's called comedy Malthusianism. So that we only have the highest IQ remaining over here in the room. Right? What do y'all think about the official Mascot here? Loose with her shit covered galoshes. Y'all like that? That shit is adorable according to the trad cats. Okay, whatever. Okay. By the way, if you want to call in, here's the X link for today's show. Diamond rings on my panky. I'm just glad to be alive, honestly. Like, I felt like I was gonna die for a few days. I had such a fever dream. I was having fever dreams, and I was seeing angels in my fever dreams, doing like making legal contracts on whether I could be sick or not. I mean, just shit that makes no sense, right? I mean, I'm not literally saying I was having visions. I'm saying it was just dreams. We're gonna have a damn Funko Pope in the next 10 years. What are you talking about? Ballers, we be on some twankies. Player haters get found stanky. Tricking fat blunts of that danky. Big diamond rings on a panky. See, again, that just cleared out about 5 retorts. That just cleared out 5 slow boys right there out of the chat. Get going. Shoo. This ain't for you anyhow. Anyway, that's enough of this. I can't even look at this. Like, you see what I'm saying? What is this? This is what that weird ass dude in Memphis puts the LSD on. You ever seen an LSD tab or whatever? A strip? It looks like that, dude. It's like a bunch of weird ass damn Japanese cartoon characters that Jerry Garcia drew. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm supposed to think that's I guess that is the mascot of the Vatican. Now, did you see the other, since I didn't show y'all this? This is the same company, what they design. A bunch of just freaking, it looks like, who's that woman from the, like Lisa, it looks like Lisa Frank went to hell, dude. Lisa Frank got demonically possessed by the spirit of Jerry Garcia and drew a bunch of this shit. That's what it is. And tell me that ain't demonic Lisa Frank. Tell me I didn't nail that shit right there. I did. You know I did. Talking about a trapper keeper. That's a trapper keeper in hell, dude. That'll trap and keep you in hell right there. You put that on a trapper keeper, you trapping and keeping your soul in hell, boy. Diamond rings on my panky. I'm married to my Funko Pope. Ooh, oh. Alright, I guess we better get started or we're never going to get started. Oh, I wanted to play this too because everybody forgot this. Y'all remember this? And everybody knows I can't stand George Carlin. I don't think he's funny at all. The big club, you're not in it. Nihilism. Boomer nihilism. A big club, you're not in it. Atheism. Nothing funny about George Carlin, in my opinion. Okay, and I don't mind him talk. I mean, okay, it's cool that he critiques the system or whatever, but that doesn't mean he's funny. But this, and by the way, I don't even think this movie's very good. But this clip is actually perfect. Do y'all remember this?
Force behind Catholicism, wow, Cardinal Glick.
I mean, literally the first thing I thought of when I saw this was Catholicism, wow. So that dumbass movie Dogma, it's a Kevin Smith movie, right? Do you remember how it begins? It begins with Buddy Christ, and I think people actually started making these kind of as a joke, right? Yeah, everybody remembers it. Diamond rings on my panky. By the way, if you guys want to support the stream, yes, just like that good man did right there, you can do it via super chats. There's a super chat right there. I mean, again, I don't really think, you got to give Kevin Smith some props for this though, because like this is almost prophetic, dude. Look at they made it like a comic book. Catholicism, wow, like punch, pow, oof, ooh.
Thank you. Now, we all know how the majority and the media in this country view the Catholic Church.
So I'm going to skip ahead because I don't want to ding the copyright. So he basically just says, we got to get hip with the times. Now, remember, this is satire. So this is like, what, 2002, 3, somewhere in there. So this was considered satirical nonsense. Oh, they would never make pop culture dolls to promote Catholicism. It's so absurd.
The
That's like an evangelical thing. And remember, evangelicals were doing dumb crap like this in the 90s.
Buddy Christ.
Buddy Christ. Right? I mean, Buddy Christ is not even as bad as Loose. Loose is 10 times worse. Because there's nothing hetero about Loose, dude. That's what I'm trying to say. So, anyway. All right, let's get to it, or we'll never get out of here. Right? We'll never get to deconstructing every Project Pat song. I've not seen any of this debate. I will have to, maybe it's not even really a quote debate. I will have to move around a little bit because if I was to say sedentary my whole life, I would die. I will have to move around a little bit in the debate because I don't want to ding the Daily Wire ding dong dang. You know what I mean? So thank you guys for those super chats. We will open it. Maybe we'll open it up periodically throughout this discussion. What do you guys think? We'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, let's kick it off with our good boy Dickie Dawkins over here hissing with a little hissy fit with his little damn snake brain and his snake altar coming out hissing.
Which all humans have as a virtue of being human, something that's built in. So it's not something that spreads as an epidemic. It's something that we all have anyway. And I suppose that it could turn into a meme, but I would think it would be muddying the waters to even say that there's something very much in common between an archetype and a meme.
Memes are not embedded into the psychology of people as
No, they
naturally as
arise.
an archetype.
They're
Okay, so the discussion is about memes versus archetypes. If you don't know, Dickie Dawkins is, I guess, the father of coining the term meme through his genetic books or whatever. And, of course, Peterson sort of being the natural successor to Carl Jung, I guess you could say, prefers the principle of archetypes. So they're kicking this discussion off with comparing these two ideas.
There are things like the backwards baseball hat, which is not an archetype. I mean, it's something that becomes fashionable and spreads as an epidemic around the population, which is very different from an archetype, which is sort of built in.
Yes, I've heard you in the past, Dr. Peterson, say that a meme is...
I got a damn epidemic. That must have been, whatever I got in my stomach must have caused me to turn my hat around. It's a brilliant analogy there, Richard. Like,
Turning the hat around. It's like an epidemic.
very similar, if not almost identical to an archetype, almost as if you kept pushing the idea of what a meme is, you might end up with an archetype that perhaps not.
I think maybe the appropriate way of tying the two ideas together, given what Dr. Dawkins just said, is to notice the fact that something spreads because it catches, right? And so things catch because they have an emotional resonance. And so they attract people's interest. And so they attract them in an exploratory manner. That'd be one way of thinking about it. That would be attraction on the positive emotion side, or they attract them on the negative emotion side. And so that would loop the idea of the catchiness of a idea, a meme, let's say, with the more underlying motivational structures. And as the idea is more related to the action of underlying biological motivational structures, it becomes more and more expression of something that's instinctual and archetypal. Like Jung defined an archetype essentially as something like the manifestation of an instinct in image and then also in behavior. So the deepest level is something like the instinct, and that would be motivational or emotional drive. And then there's a manifestation of that in imagination and behavior, and it's more culturally constructed there. Then you could also imagine that there are depths of these ideas. The baseball hat idea, for example, that would be something that's manifesting itself at a fairly shallow level, but there's a reason.
oh, Did Dr. JBP just call my baseball hat turned around backwards a low-level archetype? Damn, boy. He hurting feelings out here. He out here dissing people at that archetype level. He's dropping them psychoanalytical freaking... He needs to be in a damn battle rap, in a damn psychoanalysis battle. He's hurting people's feelings out here. He said that's a low. Next up, we might as well just be straight up David Icke. Low vibrational frequencies. Turning the art round backwards is low vibrational frequencies. And it's manifesting a cheetah uri.
That the backwards baseball hat caught on. You know, it speaks of the moment for whatever reason. And it's linked to the biology.
I knew that I could tie Project Pat into this somehow. Project Pat is where backwards baseball hat came from. Right? Y'all didn't know that. Look at that right there. Proof. Proof. Look at that. Proof. Ballers, we be on some twanky. Player haters get found. Stanky. Tricky fat bloods that danky. Big diamond rings on a panky. All the black dudes in the chat, all 5 of them right now are like, damn, that white boy got some flow. Damn. Nobody even knew that the meme of turning your hat backwards had come from Project Pat.
Through the fact that it captures interest for some reason.
So perhaps something like the archetype being a more fundamental psychological concept that memes can then play upon. The backwards catches on.
Well, that seems implausible to me, but...
Dude, what happened to Cosmic Skeptic? He looks like a damn village person. He looks like he's about to do some arresting for the village people. You know what I mean? He looks like a cop in the village people, if you know what I mean. What the heck is
that? Of that in imagination.
Dude trying to be on chips, but not chips don't even exist anymore. He's trying to be in a what do you call those men that hot cops? He's trying to be in Hot Cops. Not that I think he's hot. I don't, because I like girls. But remember Cosmic Skeptic? Remember we reviewed that debate. By the way, every debate I've heard him in, he loses insanely. Like he needs to be arrested by the debate police. By the way, I'm the debate police. I place you under a damn citizen's arrest while you over there with that gay cop look. You need to go to debate jail because you suck, dude. You're the worst debater I've ever heard out here in the public sphere. You need to be at the damn public gallows for your debate. Y'all have heard me critique his debates. We don't have to go there.
And behavior, and it's more culturally constructed there. And you could also imagine that there are depths of these ideas. The baseball hat idea, for example, that would be something that's manifesting itself at a fairly shallow level. But there's a reason that the backwards baseball hat caught on. You know, it speaks of the moment for whatever reason. And it's linked to the biology through the fact that it captures interest for some reason.
So perhaps something like the archetype being a more...
So they're just really sort of fleshing out what archetypes are. Am I getting that damn warning about playing too much of... I wonder if I just play the audio. You think that would work? You think it's detected? I think I'm going to get that warning for... Let me try playing audio, because I think I did this last time. So we're going to put it on the face of Project Pat. and then it won't ding nothing. Let's try that. Let's see what
fundamental psychological concept that memes can then play upon. The backwards catches on.
Well, that seems implausible to me, but the idea that the archetype could be a reason why some memes spread, that seems to me to be plausible if you believe in archetypes at all. Yeah.
But you prefer to think of memes, or you do think of memes as, you refer to them as a virus.
Yes,
it doesn't have to have a negative
It's the spreadability which is the salient point, and if chiming in with an archetype is a reason why they might spread, then I could go with that.
Yeah, and presumably archetypes don't act in the same way. They don't spread through cultures. They don't sort of grow up and die in individual generations. They're much more foundational than that.
I think you have to think about it hierarchically. You know, that there's something in the structure that would make itself manifest as an archetype. There's something that's foundational and deep that wouldn't change over.
To me, there's nothing funnier than having this whole discussion be focused around Project Path. I just wanted to test y'all out because I knew that today it was going to be. I'm too sick to be super serious and intellectual. I mean, we're actually gonna talk about this, but like just to make this whole thing about Project Pat, which is so random. And shout out to BG Cumby, because when the first day I met BG Cumby, dude showed up with a Project Pat shirt from the damn 90s. I thought that was funny. So anyway, that's the kind of shit I think's funny. All right, let's get back to Project Peterson.
Wouldn't change any faster in a sense than the species itself changes. But then there would be efflorescences of that idea that would be less permanent as they were more attuned to the specifics of the time. So, and that's not saying anything different really than saying that there are ideas that make themselves manifest at different levels of depth, which is also a complex thing. Like it's not that easy to specify what makes an idea deep, which makes it more archetypal, and what makes it transient and trivial. There's a relationship between such ideas. There's no idea so trivial that it doesn't touch the depths, because no one would care about it, right? So, but archetypal ideas do have that capacity to spread virally and to rise and fall. You see that, I think you see that in the history of religious ideas. You know, that religious ideas can be very catching, because otherwise they wouldn't spread. Now, there's variation in them like there is in languages, but there's also something that's core that makes them identifiable, let's say, as religious ideas rather than as any other sort of idea. I mean, one of the things I was really interested about, I sent you an email at one time asking you if you had read Mircea Eliade, especially The Sacred and the Profane, but he also has a 3-book series called A History of Religious Ideas.
Hello. These are all 4 books that I've promoted for and analyzed and read for years. So somebody asked too at the beginning of this chat, they were like, has Peterson ever done tag? Yes, he's actually come really close to tag. So, and again, I can't prove this. I don't know. I'm not that worried about it, or it's not that big of a deal to me, but I suspect that Peterson has listened to some of my content at some point. It's very plausible too, given the fact that, you know, we've done podcasts with Pajot. I've known Pajot for several years. So now I'm not saying that he got these books. These were around way before, you know, I was doing stuff. Eliade is a very famous comparative religion scholar. The books are very interesting. They're really well done comparative religion texts. And Sacred and the Profane is one of the best. That's a great introduction to religious, you know, comparative religion. So these are really good books. It's interesting that he brings them up. They would be actually probably a good segue if you were talking to somebody who was like a super atheist type materials like Dawkins. Like a good introduction to religious archetypes would definitely be Sacred and the Profane. And I've not read this whole trilogy. I've read, I think, the first one. But I have read Sacred and the Profane, and it's really good. So I do recommend those books for anyone interested in religious comparative religion. So again, I am still a little sick, so keep that in mind. I'm not at 100% capacity, right? I'm not at 100% pacity, Project Pacity. I'm only at 80% Project Pacity today.
I really like A History of Religious Ideas. It's a great book. And one of the things it does is analyze a particular widespread religious motif, which is the battle between the gods in heaven. You see this idea in many, many cultures. And each god is the expression of a mode of perception or a mode of being. And what you see happening in a multitude of cultures is that there are many, many ways of seeing the world and acting in it that are metamorphous.
I like how Jordan Peterson like goes into like this like shutdown mode to like remember all this stuff. But what he's saying here is actually true. This is what's in the books that he's talking about.
Into something divine, and as cultures mingle and mix, their gods compete in the space of the imagination, and something like a hierarchy forms. That's the emergence of something like monotheism, and the associate.
So
here I have to disagree, and of course this really depends on your presuppositions of belief or unbelief. For example, if you believe the record of Genesis, then you don't believe that, quote, monotheism is something that evolves or that emerges after a period of animism and then polytheism and then monotheism, right? So most secular religious portrayals of the history of religions have that process of like primitive animism, polytheism, and then monotheism, which isn't really accurate, because if you believe the Bible, right, it was always true monarchical Trinitarian monotheism, you could say. The monotheism being mono God, the one God, the Father. That's different than the late 1600s arising of the term monotheism. But that also plays into this, and you guys know in this audience from all the debates that we've had with the Muslims, for example, that this is why it's really important to explain monarchical Trinitarianism. So that plays into this. Just keep that in mind. Now I want to remind you guys that we do have a show sponsor, and I will remind you of that in 1 second here, and I will be just stepping out for a second. I'll be right back.
Chad Mode is your ultimate natural pre-workout, designed to take your performance to the next level. Chad Mode is for natty beast alphas only. Whether you're hitting the gym, invading a favela, conquering a small village, gambling, burning the midnight oil, mogging on your coworkers, or getting banned from Facebook, Chad Mode gives you the competitive edge you need. It's as simple as mixing 1 or 2 scoops of our fine powder into water or juice, providing you with a delicious, energizing beverage featuring a burst of sweet, organic fruit flavor. Chad Mode will give you the extra edge you desperately crave. Chad Mode stands out from the crowd by excluding artificial flavors, preservatives, sweeteners, and dyes. We've even avoided so-called natural flavors, ensuring a clean and effective formula. Only soy boys and betas guzzle blue dye and sucralose, further tanking their already low testosterone levels. Chad Mode is made in America. Unlike your common TikTok peasant's pre-workout powder, it does not contain Chinese lab-made caffeine and artificial sweeteners that soy boys so often crave. Experience the pure goodness of Chad Mode with Blue Magic registered trademark organic blue spirulina extract, organic lemon, cherry, and organic maple crystals. Forget synthetic caffeine. Embrace the natural power of organic green coffee bean extract. Each dose of Chad Mode mirrors the caffeine kick of a cup and a half of coffee, delivering a surge of energy alongside essential vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and herbal extracts. Chad Mode will allow you to fire your boss and mog on anyone who opposes you. Chad Mode will give you a dominant and aggressive edge, like a lion hunting a gazelle, where the gazelle is a TikTok gym zoomer macro guzzling sucralose on the daily, edging to TNF videos. Whether you're seeking a high-potency, junk-free pre-workout or a better way to kickstart your day, Chad Mode has you covered. It's not just for men.
CHOQ.com is the show sponsor, the best in supplementation. Perhaps if I had been taking my chalk.com, I wouldn't have gotten gay Ebola in my guts. But I failed and ended up paying the price. You don't have to fail, though. You can succeed. Use the promo code J40 to get 40% off all those excellent chalk products. Become a baller. Chalk.com.
We've been talking a little bit about the concept of a meme. I think it would be strange to be suspicious of the idea that memes are a thing that do exist and transmit, but there might be more room for suspicion about this concept of the archetype. I was wondering, Professor Dawkins, what you think about the concept of archetypes in general.
Well, for example, if we take the idea of the gods competing with each other, that I take it is a proper archetype because it's present in all cultures. I presume you mean it's something that's built in genetically, ultimately, I suppose, that something about our brains makes different cultures invent the same kinds of religious symbols.
Yes.
And things like a battle between gods is one.
That's one.
And there might be others. It's not that convincing. I mean, it's such an obvious thing because we have human battles, and therefore an idea of battles between gods would not be that implausible. So it doesn't strike me as a very penetrating observation.
Well, I think the thing that's interesting about it, the thing that's been interesting to me about it is to start to understand the nature of the universal themes and how they're expressed in stories. I mean, one of the things I wanted to explore with you, because I think this is an idea that's at the core of the cultural conflict, is the postmodern types seem to have stumbled onto something which I actually think is true. And they're not the only discipline that's come to this realization, because you can see it emerging in neuroscience and in AI and in robotics as well, that we see the world of facts through something that when described as a story, because we have to prioritize our perceptions, we have to prioritize facts. And as far as I can tell, a story is a verbal account of how our perceptions and the facts that we encounter are prioritized. So for example, when you go see a movie, the movie has a hero, and what the writers do is they show you how the hero prioritizes his perceptions, what he attends to, and how.
Somebody said this stream is all over the place. Well, this conversation is all over the place. They're talking about hats being backwards, archetypes, gods fighting, comparative religion. So like I'm trying to keep up. And I'm all over this stream is like, I'm always all over the place. Plus their stream is all over the place. So we get in all the places today.
Acts, and you derive from that the story of his life and his ethic. And the idea that we have a story, that we have to organize our perceptions in priority, and that the description of that organization is a story, that's a very revolutionary idea. And I think the postmodernists got that right. And I think that's why we have a culture war going on, at least in part, is because the idea that we see the world through a story, or that a story is a description of the structure through which we see the world, I think that's accurate, because we have to prioritize our perceptions.
So, Professor Dawkins,
that's a tricky problem.
Well, I would prioritize my perceptions like this. The fact that I care about are the facts that are true and have evidence going for them.
Okay, so now we're back to this. It's amazing that the people in this sphere have never progressed beyond level 1 of their sphere and have never addressed any significant critique of their sphere. But I guess you can actually make a whole career out of never addressing the critique of your sphere. I'm almost a rapper right now. Like I'm rhyming shit I'm not even trying to. But what I mean is, so he's actually gonna just say, I believe in the evidence. That is so low tier. First of all, it's relying on this enlightenment idea that really all we can ever believe in is what we have basic proof and evidence for. What does it mean to have proof and evidence for something, first of all? And secondly, that relies on all kinds of things that are above Richard Dawkins' pay grade, particularly in the domain of metaphysics and epistemology. So if you don't have a clear basis for what your doctrine of knowledge is, then you're not in a position to say that all beliefs should be based on the things that we have basic proofs and evidences for. You see what I'm saying? And I've never heard Richard Dawkins address any real critique of his philosophical low tier, I don't even know what you would call his position, like just a naive scientism, right? I mean, to say that I'm just going to go with where the evidence leads me is kind of it's kind of admirable, actually, the ability to power through all of these years and just stay hyper focused on your dumbass argument and never address any significant argument or issue. There's actually something kind of amazing about that he could be that indolent. Is that the right word I want to use here? I mean, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson level for sure. But to just say that I believe what with evidence, I mean, there's so many ways that we can critique this, which we've done so many times. But I mean, just take one thing like the myth of the given, right, from Sellers, or the underdetermination of data problem. I mean, these are just classic problems in epistemology that show that there really is no position that just follows the evidences. That doesn't even exist if you know basic epistemology. It's just so, but this is very successful in appealing to the masses. And I think that's what we've seen throughout these debates that we reviewed between the various atheists and their opponents, is that they are very good at tapping into the normie NPC mind who doesn't know anything and thinks, dude, that shit sounds smart right there. He just said, like, I believe the facts and the evidences. And if you disagree with him, that means you don't believe in the facts and the evidence of science. I mean, literally, that's the level we're at, right? So he's putting it up there like, I follow facts and evidences. If you disagree with me, then you don't believe in science, facts, and evidences, which is not even true. But that's the way these people have been kind of masters at. I guess they're kind of like David Copperfields or something. You know what I mean? Look at his stupid ass tie, by the way, with the DNA code. The funny thing is, like, the genetic sequence itself is probably one of the biggest attestations to design. Now, I don't make the design argument, but there is design. There is telos, right? Telos. And this goofball, I mean, it really is true that God makes fools out of people who hate God. This idiot is wearing, like, the most obvious thing in nature that shows design, which is the genetic code. He's wearing a damn tie, and he's there to basically point out how there's no design. That's just so stupid.
I'm not that interested in symbols. I think, Dr. Peterson, you're drunk on symbols.
Yes, you mentioned. I've heard that.
That's actually pretty funny. I'll have to give Richard Dawkins credit for one good quip there.
You're drunk on symbols. You've been drinking boxed wine from Pajot. I got you with one little googly. I made you giggle. Project Peterson is crumbling before me.
Comment, yeah.
Yes. I mean, for example, I counted up in your book, We Who Wrestle with God, the number of references to Cain. Mm-hmm. There are 356 references to Cain in the book, and 20 references to the descendants of Cain. You're obsessed with Cain because Cain is symbolic of evil. All the evil in the world, you more or less blame
You're
Cain
obsessed
for.
with Cain.
And
this was actually kind of funny. He counted up the Cain references in Peterson's book, and he said, "You're obsessed with Cain." I don't know, that is this a comedy podcast all of a sudden? Is Theo Vaughn gonna hop out of here pretty soon, or what's going on? This is getting weird. Your boy over here, I kind of obsessed with Cain, you know what I'm saying? My boy Cain over there, you know, he over there the source of evil. This reminds me of, we're going to go full Jesse Lee Peterson. The women at the gates of hell. That's a called women at the gates of hell. Women are source of all evil, they're evil incarnate. That's actual Jesse Lee Peterson quote, by the way.
This is Cain. I mean, you don't believe Cain actually existed, I presume.
Since I joined force,
I was literally about to say Cain from WWE. What if Peterson in his book was actually referencing Cain from WWE 300 times in the book? That's actually funny. Jamie. Hey, Jamie. Hey, Jamie. Could you make me an espresso? That's actually really funny. I'm just about to crack up right here. Project Cain. Ballers, we be on some twanky. Player haters get found. Stanky. Trigger fat blunts, that's danky. Big diamond rings on my panky. Let's get back to it.
with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive picture forward. Join us.
I mean, you give the game away where you say in your book, Cain and Abel were the first humans to be born in the natural way. Now that betrays you as it were pretending you think they really existed, because you wouldn't have said they were born in a natural way unless you were muddling up facts with symbols there, because you don't think that Cain and Abel existed.
Well, I haven't read Peterson's book, and I doubt that I would agree with his take on whatever natural way means. But to be fair, that could just mean, right, the first people born after the fall. So I don't know what Dawkins is talking about here.
Well, what do I think about Cain and Abel? I said, I think the pattern that they represent always exists. Always exists.
You understand that that's a different thing.
Quite a different matter. A pattern that they represent, the conflict between brothers, the rivalry between brothers. This is a fundamental pattern, which yes, it's something that's there. But I care about facts. I mean, did they exist or did they not exist?
Well, I can imagine a situation where, when the story was originated, that it referred to two actual brothers.
Dude, our jokes, my audience has the best freaking jokes. Cain and Undertaker were the first wrestlers born in an unnatural way. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I think we got some of the best comedy over here. I'm not joking. I'm talking about me with you guys. Like, we are the best collab team. I love my audience. You guys are so damn funny. I kid you not, every time I do a stream, I go back and I read my chat's comments because they're so funny. Like, we have freaking genius comedy writers. This stream is off the hook, dude. I'm loving it. I mean, their stream, like, what? This is wild. What are they talking about?
But as the story...
What they probably will go talking about Project Pat and WWE in the next 5 minutes. I mean, it's going everywhere.
It's propagate across time as they mutate, as they...
Well, it's like Project Pat, you know. And it's like he's wearing his hat around backward. And it's like, fuck, man, what does that mean?
Adapt, let's say, to the structure of human memory. They deepen and they become broader. And so then they become emblematic not only of the pattern of conflict that might characterize the original two brothers that the story was about, but about the conflict between brothers as such, and then the more fundamental levels of conflict that exist within human beings, which is what you see in more sophisticated literature. It's like the biblical account.
I do agree with this, that I think those... it is definitely the case that those early Genesis stories do form kind of archetypal patterns for how people operate throughout history. You know, even Paul talks about Adam's fall being reproduced kind of in a pattern sequence in every human being. This is one reason why, you know, as Orthodox, we don't believe in the Roman Catholic view of inherited guilt, or I should say the classic Roman Catholic view, or the classical Latin position of inherited guilt, because modern Rome doesn't really believe in inherited guilt either. So at least the traditional, quote, Latin idea of inherited guilt from Augustine all the way up through early Middle Ages in the West, we don't have that view. So we would say that our interpretation, if you read Meyendorff on Romans 5, is that every individual kind of, because they're sons of Adam, they are born deprived of grace and divine life, and they do have mortality and the passions, but they don't actually become sinners until they sin. And that requires some stage in your life where you reenact or recapitulate Adam. You become fallen like Adam. So that, I think, makes more sense in terms of, in other words, if we're going to try to interpret Peterson as charitably as we can here, I would agree that the Orthodox idea of recapitulating Adam is an example of that archetypal repetition that we see in every individual. But also the other stories in Genesis, thank you, Cain and Abel, great example, right? That does kind of form a pattern for fundamental conflicts that will happen between brothers or humans in general. And then that kind of becomes that you could see like a pattern for all warfare, all future human division and collapse. You could definitely see a pattern in that. So I think there's probably is a good inroad here, and we've seen in a lot of these debates that Peterson does with the atheist, all the way back to the Matt Dillahunty debate, if you guys remember, there probably is a good inroad to reaching these people through archetypes. And if you remember in the Dillahunty debate, that's where Jordan came really close to tag. I mean, he basically kind of does this presuppositional critique. He then presents these kind of preconditioned categories that are necessary for knowledge, for predication. And then he kind of stops there without doing the full dismantling of Dillahunty's worldview. So, I mean, he basically presents tag there in a very soft way, I guess we could say. So what he's doing here is similar in that you'll notice he's playing on the thing that Dawkins sees, his memes, and then trying to kind of bridge to archetypes from there, which could lead out of materialism. I think that's the goal of what Peterson's doing here. I think that probably for a lot of these atheist types, that does seem to be a consistent pattern of how they get out of it. I think one of the good things that Peterson has done over the years, and many of you will agree in the audience, in the chat over here on Twitter, many have admitted and seen this as the road out of atheistic nihilistic materialism or scientism, is precisely this doorway of understanding archetypes and patterns. Of course, my critique would be that that's not good enough. I mean, that's a great doorway, it's a great start, but you got to keep going. And I think I'm assuming Dawkins is going to raise the natural question, which would be, okay, you got all these archetypes and patterns, but what about the original Cain and Abel? What about Adam and Eve? Are they not real?
Accounts speak of fact in a factual manner upon occasion, but the biblical accounts also speak poetically and metaphorically and allegorically, and people who are sophisticated in biblical analysis have known this for centuries. The biblical literalists generally suffer from the problem that they don't even know what it means to be literalist. There's lots of unsophisticated ways of approaching a text.
Okay, let's see what Professor Dawkins thinks about that.
Well, I suppose I'm a literalist. I mean, and you give the game away when you say Cain and Abel were the first humans to be born in a natural way.
Well, I'm speaking allegorically there within the confines of the text. I mean, what I meant by that was that the way the story lays itself out is that Adam and Eve are created by God. And so they're not emblematic of the pattern of human beings that exist in fallen history. Within the confines of the text, the first two people who are...
Well, that's what I thought he meant. So I'm actually surprised that he said that. But That's actually correct. Now, this is going to be the problem, though, and you guys have probably already spotted this, because it's not a question of literalism versus allegorical interpretation. Sometimes that might be the issue. Because, for example, let's say, you do have evangelical fundamentalists who make this mistake. Let's say you're reading the Psalms, and, God is likened to a rock or something. The Lord is a strong foundation, etc. Those are, metaphors, right? So obviously God is not a actual rock, right? But I mean, this is not anything really to do with, quote, literalism or fundamentalism. This is just hermeneutics. This is just exegesis of a passage. So there's multiple things that go on here that people conflate and confuse. I want to mention that really quickly. So a lot of people think that a solution to a lot of the Old Testament texts is to just simply say that they're all allegorical. And there's a problem with this position. And pointing out that there's a problem with this position has nothing to do with adopting some Seventh-day Adventist, John Hagee, ridiculous, end times evangelical hermeneutic. Okay? It's a different topic. It's a question of the traditional approach of the church. And by the way, to make this fair for Peterson, also to Jews also had this fourfold structure. It's called the quadriga. And I'm surprised that this never comes up in these discussions. Maybe they think it's too heady. I don't know. But there was never really a huge issue as theological parlance developed. And I don't mean that in the Roman Catholic development sense of dogma, but in the sense of like the church explicating its beliefs in a more systematic way. That's different than the idea of the dogmas developing and evolving. That's not what I mean. Maximus talks about this, the early church. I mean, by about the 6th, 7th, 8th century, I don't want to go there. Who is Bishop Michael? Is there not a basic, like... Actually, out of all these, I would probably go to Wikipedia of all these. So there's not even a entry for that. So I guess people just maybe fourfold. Let's try this. Yeah, here we go. It's called the quadriga. So you'll notice even Wikipedia can figure this out. Even Judaism had the notion of multiple senses of the text. Okay. This passes also into Christianity. As you'll note, they've mentioned Boethius, but I would say St. Maximus is an even better example of the quadriga. And the idea here is that you have 4 layers. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean every single text has all 4 layers. There might be passages that are really just meant to be literal recordings of events. So, for example, we have a genealogy. There could be some secret, deeper message in a genealogy, but typically I think we would say a genealogy is just layer 1. It's just a literal recording of, Jews are trying to say that we have kept this record to ensure that so-and-so is the son of so-and-so. So when you read Deuteronomy or whatever and you see genealogies, when you read the Gospels, that's intended to be literal historical events. Typological, this connects the Old Testament to the New Testament. Everybody, hopefully you guys know what typology is. That should be pretty obvious. We don't have to go too deep on that. And then there's what's called the tropological or the moral, and sometimes this is the moral of the story. I think a lot of times Peterson is focusing on the tropological. He's usually trying to find that third layer. It would be, I think if he became Orthodox, he would begin to see number 2, wouldn't he? And then sometimes there's an anagogical or an eschatological sense of the text. And so, for example, let's take Exodus from Egypt. The literal interpretation is the actual story of the Jews making an exodus of Egypt. Typologically, though, we have in the New Testament the mentioning of out of Egypt I've called my son. The New Testament cites this traditional prophecy, which is not written in the Old Testament, it's just a tradition. Out of Egypt I've called my son. And that's referring to the movement of the Holy Family out of Egypt. So Jesus fulfills out of Egypt I've called my son, and so that's layer 2. Layer 3, out of Egypt I've called my son, or Exodus, would be you as an individual believer. When you convert, you are exiting the world of Egypt and sin, right? The bondage to Pharaoh, the bondage to sin, death, the vices. Baptism then is linked to this. And you'll notice, oh, wait a minute, the New Testament actually gives this fourfold sense, doesn't it? Absolutely. Because it says that baptism is the exodus. It is the washing of the water that corresponds to the drowning of Pharaoh and his soldiers. The typology, right? That's the tropological sense. Anagogical sense, the future eschatological reality. Oh, well, what would that be? Well, the promised land is heaven, the eschaton. So exiting Egypt, coming to the promised land, is a type, or anagogically speaking, of the eschatological end times reality of coming to the real promised land, the eschaton, the resurrected state. So you see in this example, there's 4 layers. This is not even disputed. It's very well known. It's based in the Bible and the rabbinic tradition as well, because the rabbinic tradition is basing their what's called pardes, P-A-R-D-E-S, their fourfold sense on this, because it's a biblical principle. It's from within the tradition of the Bible itself. The church fathers then sort of explicate and systematize this as a general rule or principle. So you see that this really has nothing to do with a separate question, which is raised by textual higher critics, which is that there is no literal interpretation. There is no level 1 because the Bible is a bunch of made-up stories. So you see that this separate issue of unbelief is not an issue of hermeneutics, although it could affect one's hermeneutics because, for example, if you're an unbelieving higher critic, you don't believe in layer 1 or layer 2. You might believe in 3 or 4, right? The Jews concocted and the Christians concocted stories to give moral tales, so you could believe 3. You're not going to believe in typology unless you think, well, the Christians made up stories to make Jesus fit into types, right? So if you're a liberal higher critic, you might believe in 2 as a kind of bait and switch scheme that the Christians came up with. If you're a liberal higher critic, you're not going to believe in 1 because you don't believe in any actual biblical history. It's all made up, pretty much, right? And then you might say that 4 exists, but that the Christians, again, just made up allegories to give people the idea of what the eschaton would be like and to hope in the eschaton. So do you see how this constantly, and I've been bitching about this for like 10 years. I made a video critiquing Father Stephen Freeman like 10 years ago, and the entire video was this, because he thought that the orthodox way to answer the problems of the Old Testament was to say that it's all ahistorical and allegorical and it's all not real. But people don't understand the Pandora's box that you get with that, which is, well, wait a minute. How many times does Jesus in the New Testament talk about these topics? A lot. Okay, so wait a minute. If Jesus talks about these topics all the time, and if he speaks of Adam and Eve as real people, Jonah as a real person who underwent the real events that Jonah underwent, if he talks about David and all these people, then now we have another problem, because the Jesus of the Gospels is now an idiot fundamentalist. And every time you bring this up with these people, they will just shut you out and ignore you and call you names, because they don't want to be consistent with their position. So Peterson is, I think, wanting an inroad then. But I think this is where there's going to be a mistake, a problem, because he's going to bring up this issue of the layer 3, moral or the tropological, and Dawkins wants to talk about layer 1. And the problem is that if we read Galatians 4, what does Paul do in Galatians 4? Well, we have the apostolic authoritative interpretation of allegory. Paul does his famous allegory of Hagar and Sarah representing two different women, the church and flesh Israel. One of them is free, one of them is the heavenly Jerusalem, the other one is earthly and is enslaved to the earthly things. These things are an allegory. They represent two covenants, one from Mount Sinai, which engenders bondage, which is Hagar. The other is from is the Jerusalem, which is above, which is free, and that is Sarah, the mother of all living. So remember, Sarah is given a new name because she's an image of the church. And so Paul says that the two sons of Abraham are symbolic. Now, how does Paul's allegory work? Does Paul say anything about, well, of course, there was no Hagar and Sarah? Do you understand the allegory doesn't work if there weren't Hagar and Sarah? The whole thing collapses. It makes no sense. So Paul's allegory presupposes the first sense, the literal. And if you go back and read the church fathers, if you read, for example, St. Cyril of Alexandria, he says that you cannot sacrifice the literal for the sake of the moral or the typological or the allegorical. Even Aquinas, who I don't care anything for, says that the 2, 3, and 4 levels are grounded in the first. So the irony is that this whole process of allegorical and typological interpretation comes to full fruition and systematization in the East and the West in the Middle Ages. Nobody questions it until modern higher criticism. And it has nothing to do with the higher critical doubts of texts at all. It's a hermeneutical question. And yet now people still conflate all of these things together. They conflate this with fundamentalism versus allegorical interpretation, which is so stupid.
Genuine, who aren't creations of the divine, are Cain and Abel. And so for me, they're emblematic of the patterns of conflict that rip people apart in the world of history, in the world of normal history.
Professor Dawkins, I know you take particular umbrage with that statement that Cain and Abel were the first normally born human beings, but I think if I understand Dr. Peterson correctly, there are things that can be sort of true within a story. It's true that...
Well, they're not normally born. They're the first born after the fall, and the fall is not normal. The fall introduces the unnatural state, which is, by the way, what all the Thomists and natural theology people call the natural state. So, no, actually the fall makes things unnatural. Now, I'm not saying nature itself is unnatural. I'm saying that the state, the mode of nature after the fall is not what it was intended to be. And that's why death is the enemy. Death is unnatural in the Orthodox view.
Sherlock Holmes lives at 221B Baker Street, and as far as I understand, that's maybe what you mean by the truth in the matter of Cain and Abel being the first naturally born humans. It's internal to the story.
Well, in the context of this story, they're the first two spirits or patterns you could think of, patterns of perception and action,
yes,
that characterize human existence in the fallen world, right? So they're emblematic of what happens in history outside of the whatever is meant by the pre-existent paradise.
But at the same time, you must know, I know this comes up all of the time when somebody says, but did Cain and Abel really exist? And I know that you want to say that the story which
I think it's a silly question. I think it's like asking whether Raskolnikov existed in crime.
Yeah, but it's not a silly question because the compilers of the Bible and Jesus himself treated those people as if they existed. Jesus speaks of Cain as actually existing, right? Because he talks about Cain getting murdered. And so, no, it is not a silly question. And in fact, the entire history of exegesis assumes that for the typology to be true, then he had to have literally existed. But this is, I think, the weakest point for Dr. Peterson, because he always wants to shy away from dealing with the historicity of things like Genesis or the Old Testament.
Punishment. Like it's not a trivial question, because you can answer yes, and you can answer no. You can say, well, there was no such specific person as Raskolnikov. But it's not a helpful question, because the reason that Dostoyevsky's...
By the way, this is totally a false analogy, because the premise for things like the birth of Christ are based on the genealogies of the Old Testament, and particularly going all the way back to Adam. And that would mean that, yeah, Cain and Abel have to be real people, because Jesus is a descendant of real people from Adam on. So, yeah, it matters, especially if Christianity is true. But, of course, again, we know that Dr. Peterson's not explicitly a Christian. So, the other thing, though, is that it is not correct to compare Raskolnikov, who is a completely fictional character in Crime and Punishment, to the status of Cain and Abel, who are, again, according to the entirety of biblical revelation, posited to be real people. So that's a false analogy.
Punishment is a masterpiece is because Raskolnikov was everywhere in Russia when Dostoyevsky wrote Crime and Punishment. And so Raskolnikov is hyper-real, not real.
But to be clear, is that how you feel about Cain and Abel? That is to say, an identifiable
hyper-real
Homo sapiens called Cain,
it's irrelevant.
Who murders his brother.
In a sense, it's irrelevant to me, because...
Now, he says hyper-real, which I think he means that, like, the fact that it's an archetypal presence, that brothers have conflict and murder each other, that's more real than there being, like, one dude in history named Cain and one dude in history named Abel. But, I mean, I don't know what that means to say that something is hyper-real. If there's, more instances of that thing in some archetypal sense, that doesn't make it more real than, Cain and Abel in history. I mean, I get the idea that he's going for, I guess, with hyper real, but no, we why don't we just go ahead and say Cain and Abel were real? You know what I mean? Seems like an easier, just bite the bullet.
Even if they were real, like, we don't know anything about them as historical figures.
Even if they...
Well, how does he know we don't know anything about them? So another thing I notice here is a tendency in a lot of these circles to presume a lot of Protestant exegesis and ideas. And I noticed this in not so much Pajot, but because I think Pajot is correct. He's Orthodox. He's on our side. But when it comes to say Dr. James Lindsay arguing with Peterson and critiquing Peterson, and Lindsay critiquing Pajot too, and then say Peterson's presentation. I don't know if Peterson's ever directly addressed Lindsay, but the things that Peterson says that might address Dr. Lindsay. Like, between those two, the positions pretty much pivot from a kind of basic Protestantism, right? So, for example, I saw Lindsay saying something the other day about when he was talking about St. Michael the Archangel or something, and angels and intercession, and like his whole argument against this, which he's not even a believer, was all from like some kind of Protestant style argument. And I'm like, well, first of all, you're not a believer, but your arguments are Protestant based here anyway. So it's like, in other words, they're arguing stuff like, where does the Bible tell you that you can have intercessors? This kind of stuff, right? And here Peterson's saying stuff like, we don't know anything about Cain and Abel. Well, what do you mean? There's tradition too. So tradition is another key element in this, which many people in this debate miss, because so often this debate is framed from some goofy Protestant style position.
Weren't real. Of course they weren't real.
And you'll notice even the atheists, quite often, when they try to explain, oh, well, you believe this, right? As an atheist, you Christians believe this. They're almost always describing some faulty Protestant position.
Well, of course, you believe that God has to kill himself to save everyone, which is preposterous.
Something like this.
Like I said, it could have been the case that when the story originated, way back when it originated, that the first people that were described by the first person who generated the seeds of the Cain and Abel story were referring to actual people. But it doesn't matter, because the text is being compressed and modified over a vast span of time, and it's accreted all sorts of meanings that certainly weren't part and parcel of whatever the original story was.
Let's take the point Alex was making.
Now, what is that? Did you hear that? Accretions? All these accretions that weren't part of the original story. This sounds like Gavin Ortlund and all the Protestant nonsense of, there's all these accretions. See, again, it's like, can we never get away from Protestant nonsense in this whole discussion? I mean, even the atheist debates, let's say an atheist debates, I don't know, an apologist for Christianity. It's like, it's Protestant garbage all the time. Like William Lane Craig versus Muhammad Hijab. And it's like, can we never get away from Protestant crap everywhere? The accretions? What are the accretions? By the way, there's not much in the Cain and Abel story anyway, other than like a little bit of, blood sacrifice, hatred in the heart versus the brother. Like, what else is there in this? It's not like there's tons of accretions around Cain and Abel.
Within the confines of the story, Dostoyevsky was a great writer. What makes you think the writers of Genesis were a great writer? I mean, who were they? We know nothing about them.
Well, I think that,
we know nothing about them? First of all, how does Richard Dawkins know that there's multiple authors of Genesis? What, because academia told him so? But wait a minute. Academia has shifted away from all of these different documentary hypotheses which come and go like fads. So has the recent scholarship told you what the recent fad is? How do you know that it's multiple? How do you know it wasn't Moses? Because academia says it wasn't? Well, so? Academia changes their position every decade or two.
I think they were great writers because I think I understand the patterning of the stories and what it points to. I think the idea, for example, that Cain and Abel are emblematic of two opposed patterns of adaptation to the world is brilliant. It's almost brilliant beyond imagining, especially because the story is so insanely compressed. And it's certainly evident to me as a clinician that the patterns that are portrayed in the story of Cain and Abel play themselves out in the real world continually and terribly.
You think the author of that story in Genesis was a literary genius?
I think that there's a spirit of literary genius at work.
Well, by the way, not a stupid question. Like, first of all, it's odd that Dawkins would even call this into question. I mean, why would this story resonate for thousands of years throughout the entire world if it didn't have some literary and practical application that does prove Peterson's point? So this is kind of stupid, right? I mean, on what basis, by the way, does Richard Dawkins know also whether or not something counts as genius literature? Remember, in these goofballs' perspective, if you don't have a degree in something, you can't actually speak on it. Oh, when did Richard Dawkins get a literary degree, by the way? Is he qualified? Does he have the expertise? Does he have the facts and the evidences to prove through peer review whether or not Genesis is actually good literature? You see how inconsistent and arbitrary these people are?
Across millennia, crafting that story so that it has almost an infinite depth. How that relates to the original author or sequential authors, I don't know, because it's lost in the seeds of time. It's lost in history.
So the story evolved. You're saying the story,
like a meme.
Yes, well, that's interesting.
It evolved to match the contours of the human memory. That's exactly it, is that these stories, that's part of their archetypal nature. Like, so they have a emotional and motivational expression, but as they propagate across time, they also evolve so they're maximally memorable. And they're maximally memorable for a biological reason.
Well, that's very interesting. If they really did evolve over time, if you could actually trace successive manuscripts, you can't do that. I mean, there's presumably a couple of Hebrew manuscripts and a Greek one. And I mean,
Oh, there's a couple Hebrew manuscripts and a Greek one. By the way, he has no knowledge of this. Does he have a degree in textual studies and ancient textual history? So what the hell is he talking about? You can't trace it. There's a Hebrew one and perhaps a Greek one. And what? Like, what does he know about ancient manuscripts? Nothing. He thinks there's one or two Hebrew ones and a Greek one.
Mean when you say to
Well,
As if the textual traditions are manuscripts, which is stupid to begin with, because you could have thousands of textual, you could have thousands of manuscripts, and right, that's not the same thing as a textual tradition per se.
I would say you can see that in the compilation of the biblical texts, because one of the things that you see evolve, and you criticized the biblical text at one point. Correct me if I've got this wrong, because I don't want to get this wrong. You said that there isn't anything in the biblical text that constitutes, let's say, significant original discovery, which is something that you'd expect if it was of divine providence, let's say, divine providence. And so, I think, I was thinking about that objection, and I think that one of the discoveries that the text lays bare in an insanely brilliant manner is that the foundation of the community is sacrifice, that's an appropriate conceptualization. And you can see the concept of sacrifice evolve across the biblical texts as they're sequenced chronologically in the overall story that makes up the biblical text.
I agree with this. I think that this is fundamental to biblical religion, is the notion of sacrifice. Society itself is grounded in sacrifice. In fact, even globalists, believe it or not, remember when we read Jacques Attali's book? I was like, he sounds like Jordan Peterson here. Now, that was early Jacques Attali back in the 90s, talking about how the global system would need to preserve some of the elements of the old world when they bring in the technocracy. And so he says, we're going to have to find some form of sacrifice to, placate the people and have order and meaning in life and all this kind of stuff. But even Jacques Attali noticed that, because I think he had read probably Iliada, like Peterson was mentioning. And that's kind of what Iliada talks about too, that, throughout biblical religion, you do have these recurring patterns and motifs and principles like sacrifice. And that's why there's always altar. So whether it's from the time of, the patriarchs in Genesis, Abraham builds an altar, calls on the name of the Lord. You have in the tabernacle and then in the temple, the altar. You have in the person of Christ, the sacrifice on the cross, which is the ultimate heavenly altar. In the book of Revelation, when John sees in heaven, Revelation 4 through 6, actually 5 through 8, John sees the lamb slain in heaven. So he's bleeding in heaven. That means that this application of this principle of sacrifice continues even into the New Testament period, which is why we have Melchizedekian priests in the church. So there's always been an altar at which there is this heavenly sacrifice, which is the key way to refute both Protestantism and Islam. Protestantism and Islam pretty much have done away with those principles. Now Protestants say, well, it was a once for all. Yeah, but where's your altar? Because Paul says in Hebrews 13, there's still an altar in the church. Your churches don't have altars. The Reformation was premised on getting rid of the sacrifice of the Mass. So where's it at, bro? By the way, when I debate with the Muslims, remember the debate with Daniel Hakikachu? Where is your temple? Where is your incense? Where is your priesthood? Where's your altar? Where's any of that? Islam loses all of that because Islam is a false religion and a dumb cult.
Next, the idea of sacrifice becomes more and more sophisticated. It's more and more elaborated. It's more and more specified. It's more and more embodied. There's an obvious progression in ideas.
The progression, where do you see that progression? In successive manuscripts, or I don't...
in the successive stories as the text progresses, the way a novel progresses.
So something like sacrifice in the Old Testament, all the way through to the New Testament.
Text is a sacrificial story.
This is true, by the way. It's a holistic text, which all the parts make sense of the whole, right? That's called canonical interpretation. That's true. That's how we would definitely make sense of the Bible from Genesis to the Apocalypse. And the only qualm I have is using this term evolution. It's not evolving, it's just progressive revelation. That's a much better term than these meanings are evolving. But keep in mind, another element here that's missing in the Peterson scheme is the notion of divine revelation. So again, for Peterson, these are archetypal stories that really wise sages collected to capture human patterns or something, and then to also help societies function or something. There's not an idea of these texts and these passages being supernatural revelation, and that's the key element here. And that's why another missing component, and I'm sure from Peterson's perspective, I mean, I know he's not officially Orthodox or Christian. Let's say, for the sake of argument, he's a secret believer or something like that, which I think if he really was, he would go ahead and start saying that he believes in the resurrection of Christ and whatnot. But he would probably say that he's trying to find an inroad through level 3, right? Being the most charitable in this analysis. But the problem is that the Bible actually demonstrates its inspiration through number 2. Why? Because of all those messianic prophecies, which are extremely precise. So I would say just like Jordan Peterson wants an inroad with Dawkins through archetypes and typology, how about Peterson? Here's an inroad to you through that same typology. Look up messianic prophecies, and I don't just mean the 4 or 5 that goober Protestants will cite. I mean the dozens and dozens and dozens of very precise messianic prophecies.
As well, the Passion story is a story of sacrifice.
It is
and
indeed.
the sacrificial motif recurs continually through the biblical text, and it's elaborated constantly. And
Okay, so the criticism is the Bible as a text gives us nothing to indicate that it has divine origin. There's nothing that we can read in it where we think there's no way this idea could have evolved were it not.
No, idiot. Showing your goofiness and total lack of knowledge of anything in relation to these topics. I mean, I understand if you didn't believe, but if you should at least be familiar with the thing that people cite to prove inspiration and divine authorship, which is prophecies and their fulfillment. So, I mean, just to say something so idiotic like there's nothing in the text that would make us think it's divine. Well, first of all, the texts themselves say they're divine. Now, again, you could say that's fraudulent and they're just lying, but just the phrase itself is obviously patently false because the text claimed to be inspired and divine. Secondly, the evidence for that is the many, many, many messianic prophecies, which don't just predict the person of the Messiah, they also predict the church that he would establish, the calling of Mary blessed throughout all the world, the church being Gentiles converting from all the nations to believe in the God of Israel. Hello, that's happened for 2,000 years. Maybe those are prophecies that signify divine authorship and origin, but he doesn't even know any of this. These people have no knowledge of it. I'm speaking of the atheists here.
Divinely put into this text. That's a criticism that perhaps
Is that
Professor
what you
Dawkins
think?
made in the past.
well, I think it's reflective of some order that's so profound and implicit that there isn't a better way of describing it than divine. But I don't really care if we look at that from the bottom up, like as a biological phenomena, or as from the top down. I don't think it makes any difference.
It doesn't make a difference whether it was divinely inspired or whether it's
a biological phenomenon. I mean, I think Peterson means by that archetypes are necessary for survival, and that humans and societies need them and all that, which is I guess that's true.
Chad mode is your
But I want to
ultimate
remind you guys
natural
that I do have
pre-workout, designed to take.
We do have a show sponsor, and I do have to plug the sponsors briefly. If you're listening on the Twitter space, I will be right back. But being sick, I have to drink many, many fluids, and the many, many fluids pass through me very quickly. So I'll be right back.
I want to show off something that we're all proud of. I got a browser here. This is Jay Dyer's much vaunted, much sought after Philosophy 101. Now, he just got this page up. We are just testing it out. You guys are some of the first people in the world to see it. I want to say, for my part, it's not Philosophy 101. I think this is a mistitling. I really think of it as like Philosophy Unleashed, because a Philosophy 101 course, they give you kind of some useless information that you can't make sense of. Jay actually lays out over 12 weeks, dozens and dozens of hours put into just the presentation of this, let alone the hundreds and thousands of hours of research that it takes to have a coherent evolution and history of the origins of philosophy, the uses of philosophy, the different ways to look at it over time, and how that has been brought about to what we have today, which is almost an absence of philosophy on the objective logic and reason side, and an overabundance of woke philosophy that is irrational and is made up day by day as people are like, I think we should bring racism back. And then here's a justification. And then it gets wokeified and spread out. And then all of a sudden you have a bunch of communist, socialist ideas where you become the property in action. You need to be able to stand your own ground. It helps to have a foundation in philosophy because it's a method to find truth. When you get down to it, philosophy is there because you love truth enough to go and learn how to find it because it's valuable. So if you're interested in things like that, there is the landing page. We'll link it up in the notes. It is a longer one, so we'll get a shorter URL for this. I'm sure Jay has a link on his page. I just wanted to show it off. Now you know it exists.
All right, let's see.
Evolved within human.
I don't think fundamental. Look, so let me ask you this. Like, I think that at bottom, truth is unified. And what that's going to mean eventually is that the world of value and the world of fact coincide in some manner that we don't yet understand. And I think that that union, the fact of that union and the fact of that union is equivalent to what's being described as divine order across.
I actually agree with this. I think this is a good point. He's basically saying that our worldview is an actual worldview, right? Like they're not only intellectually connected, but that our views of morals and aesthetics and biology are not just views in our head, but that the universe really is a universe, right? I remember that book that Cardinal Newman wrote about the university. And it was talking about how the whole idea is that universities come out of the idea that the world, the universe, is under God. It's a holistic system, a uni, under a God. And so therefore every part will have a relationship to the whole and to the source and to the origin, to God. So I think that's what he's getting at here, and I would agree with that. And I think Peterson would argue that when you hear him arguing with the atheists all the time, it's because he's trying to get them to he's trying to find an inroad with number 3. See that? That's what's going on. But by the way, it is true that reality is a set of symbolic correspondences. Now, when we think of symbols, we shouldn't think of symbols as something necessarily not real. In fact, symbols are real. I did a lecture on iconography and typology and symbolism a few years ago, and it was the philosophy of iconography. And I was pointing out in that talk, which is still up, you could go find it, that it's wrong to think of like icons, for example, as symbols. But in another sense, they are symbols that are real. And what I mean by that is a lot of people, when they think of symbols, they think of something that's not real. Well, that's false. And it's also a very modern, post-Enlightenment idea. In the ancient and medieval world, symbols are real and they partake of realities, higher realities. So if you read, for example, Palamos, or if you read the Lasky-Ouspensky book on iconography in book number 2, there's a whole chapter on how the icons portray realities and hyperrealities. So it's both. It's not an either or. It's not purely symbolic or pure allegory. there might be allegorical symbolic correspondences within an icon, for example, patterns, color symbolism, and so forth. But that does not mean that the icon is false, or that it's not telling you the truth, or that it's not telling you history. It's telling you aspects of history because that person really was a living saint in history. And it's telling you eschatological hyper-realities. And so symbols are reality.
Millennia, there's no difference. Now, and this is a tricky business, because you either believe that the world of truth is unified in the final analysis, or you don't. Those are the options. And if it's not unified, then there's a disunity, there's a contradiction between value and fact, or there's a contradiction between different sets of values, and they can't be brought into unity. I don't believe that.
Well, let's go back to what you said earlier, which I was very interested in. You implied there's no difference between whether the text is divinely inspired or whether it evolved in progression during a series of manuscripts, presumably. Now, I think that's genuinely interesting, but it's a huge difference. It's not the same thing. I mean, either it was divinely inspired or it wasn't.
Well, it's the same thing if it's fundamentally reflective of and accurately reflective of the implicit logos or order. And I think it is. Like, let me explain that a moment. Like, it took me a long time to understand the concept of sacrifice in the biblical text, because
No, icons are not symbols of Satan, if that's what you're saying. Here's the talk that I did on this here. And if you just think about this, it becomes obvious. I mean, think about the Bible itself. Think about the Torah itself. It's a book. It's a scroll with symbols on it, right? So is that evil? Are you an idolater because you write God's name? I mean, no. So obviously created things can encapsulate and refer to the divine. It's really that simple. So there is this talk from a few years ago. This talk is very philosophy heavy. So if you're not familiar with some of those topics, you're not going to enjoy that talk very much. But Pajot and I did do a talk a few years ago.
Then discovering
we did a podcast that covers the same material, the same ideas here. And you can watch that if you'd like. Something maybe a little more accessible. And that talk, by the way, is very relevant to what Peterson is discussing here.
So anachronistic and so primitive, and not understandable. What are these people doing, offering, choice cuts of meat to a God that lives in the sky?
Something disgusting about it.
Well, it's very easy to satirize, but when you start to understand that perception itself.
Wait a minute, there's something disgusting about it? The fact that there's a typology involved in the animal sacrifice system, the sacrificial system, because, I mean, I want to know, first of all, on what basis does Richard Dawkins call something disgusting? I mean, really, in his worldview, all he has is personal taste. Well, I personally don't like it. And by the way, is he a vegan? What is he? Do you have a problem with choice cuts of meat? like what does he not like exactly? But notice the arbitrariness of the atheist worldview, right? Obviously, the idea that something is disgusting is only a personal subjective opinion. There's nothing objectively disgusting that you can demonstrate. Remember, he says, I only believe in what I have facts and evidence for. Okay, what is the evidence or the factual proof for disgustingness, or a standard of disgustionation? What is the standard for disgustination, Dr. Dawkins, Dr. Dickey?
Is sacrificial in its nature, and you start to understand that there's no difference between work and sacrifice, that they're the same thing, and you understand that community is predicated on sacrifice, then the emphasis in the text on sacrifice starts to become something quite marked and remarkable, especially because it's implicit. It isn't obvious at all that the authors of the texts and the editors who sequenced them actually understood what it was that they were highlighting. So with regards to the community, why is the community predicated on sacrifice? Because it's not about you, the community. every step you take towards the communitarian means that you sacrifice something that's local to what you want here and now, right now.
I think
you have to give something up.
You're wandering onto something else now, which is something quite different. The notion of sacrifice, as you say, it goes right through the Old Testament and the New Testament. The sacrifice of Isaac or Ishmael by Abraham and the sacrifice of Jesus is the same idea. I think it's...
Wait, did Dawkins say the sacrifice of Isaac or Ishmael? Does Dawkins not know what the Genesis text says versus what the idiot Muslims say in their corrupted dumb book? Like, what did he say? Is that what he... I want to hear this again.
And the New Testament, the sacrifice of Isaac or Ishmael by Abraham and the sacrifice of Jesus.
The sacrifice of Isaac, Ishmael by Abraham? Does he not know what the text, who was, he thought it was Ishmael? What's he talking about?
The notion of sacrifice, as you say, it goes right through the Old Testament and the New Testament. The sacrifice of Isaac or Ishmael by...
Rich, come on, bro. Rich, if you're going to critique our book, you got to know the stories, dude. What are you talking about? You don't remember whether it's Isaac or Ishmael? I mean, that's kind of important to the story. And by the way, the whole purpose of that story is against human sacrifice. That's the purpose of it. The God of the Jews does not require human sacrifice. That's the whole point of that story. But he thinks it's the Muslim story in Genesis 22.
Or is Ishmael the same as Isaac? The Quran is the true Bible.
Abraham and the sacrifice of Jesus is the same idea. I think it's a very unpleasant idea, by the way. But what are you actually...
So wait a minute. He just admitted that there is a connection between the sacrifice of Isaac and Jesus. So he's admitting typology. I don't understand. Oh, but he says it's an unpleasant idea. But he doesn't understand, as many people out there don't, that we do not believe in the Protestant doctrine of God having to damn himself and kill himself to save everybody. That's a stupid Protestant doctrine. The whole purpose of the incarnation and death of Christ is that the second person of the Godhead willed to take on human nature, which was damaged by the fall, and to heal it. There's no kind of like paying off of God. That's not the actual Orthodox story. That is a Protestant concoction intended to prop up the Protestant doctrines of sola fide. And so now most of the world in the West thinks of the gospel and the death of Christ in this stupid Protestant way. And everything is characterized around a false debate because people think that God had to kill God and pay God off to save men, which is dumb. And we critique this a million times, but people still don't get it. But he's just referring to this idiotic Protestant position.
Are you saying that Abraham did or did not sacrifice Isaac? Are you saying that Jesus really did die for our sins? I mean, do you believe that? Do you believe that as a fact, that Jesus died for our sins?
We have a big election coming up, and there's a lot at stake. But here's something to consider. Regardless of who's get your free...
Don't claim to understand. What my under...
Jordan to the number 989898 today.
By the way, they showed a gold ad. Does anybody been seeing Bitcoin? I awoke from my fever dream to Bitcoin almost hitting all-time high. I thought, by the way, that my app says that the ATH was like 72.8, but apparently on other exchanges, I guess Coinbase, it had hit 73.8. So we were like a few $100 away. And by the way, where's all the haters that were talking shit for the last year? And we're still over 70. We're what, 71? 71.9. So basically got 72,000. All you dummies, like, I don't understand. Like, no, does it not matter to you, like, what's right and wrong? Do you just want to show off on the internet? Why is everybody so dumb? That's what I want to know. What do y'all get? What do you get out of being dumb? Is it just fun being dumb? I don't get it. What are you getting out of that? I try to tell people, I've been talking BTC since 2017. And we're edging towards 100K. Okay. Remember, I made a video when it went down to 3K. And here we are almost at a damn 100K. Have you got it through your thick skulls yet? And here comes, they'll never stop. Bitcoin will be $1 million, and we're going to be hearing these idiots. It's going to go to zero next year. It's going to January, it's going to go to zero.
There are elements of the texts that I don't claim to understand. What my experience has been that the more deeply I look into these texts, the more I learn. That doesn't mean that I can proclaim full knowledge of what the texts proclaim. But I don't think, and I'm not trying to play a trick here. You know, I watched an interview that you did recently where you were talking, I think it was with Piers Morgan, yeah, about the complexities of trying to understand this strange realm of quantum phenomena, right? And we have a trouble with quantum phenomena because at the micro level, things don't act.
Oh, here we go. Quantum phenomenon. Now, I'm not making fun of Peterson for bringing this up, but for Richard Dawkins, now I don't know what his views are, but it is funny to me, atheists that believe in all this quantum jibber jabber, right? Like quantum foam and all this nonsense, because it's just atheists bringing metaphysics back under the guise of atheism, under the guise of science, right? Or like,
well, of course, we know there can be alterations in the multiverse through the quantum foam, where the dinosaur universe, where I am the overlord and I preside. If I can tap into my consciousness in that realm, I can sap into some of the powers into this realm. You see, it's all very science-y.
Act like things act at the macro level. So they escape our intuitions. And one of the things you said was that although it's perhaps even impossible for creatures embodied like us to get a grip on quantum phenomena, the strange wave-particle duality, for example, we have ample evidence that it works, and stellarly. And I would say exactly the same thing about the biblical texts.
Oh.
If they run into a mystery, like there's a horizon of mystery, which I do not claim to penetrate, but insofar as I've been able to understand the texts, every time I make a improvement in understanding, it reveals something to me that's just like shattering.
Quantum physics is deeply mysterious, and you're saying that biblical texts are deeply mysterious. The difference is quantum physics, the predictions you derive from quantum physics are fulfilled to the umpteenth decimal place. Mm-hmm. The umpteenth decimal place, I mean, I think it was Richard Feynman says, equivalent to predicting the width of North America to the nearest hair's breadth.
Mm-hmm, right.
What kind of bullshit is this? I mean, come on. You got to know that, like, the majority of quantum stuff is just bull crap, right? And every time if you go and read into any of this, it's all theoretical, right? They always put out these, like, you know, I fucking love science, that website. They put out all this endless jibber jabber nonsense. And then when you actually read about what this stuff is, or quantum computers, well, it's in the theoretical realm. Right, but everybody, all these wannabe smart heads on the internet try to talk about stuff like it's real, like they know about it, like they're working in an underground base on quantum computers.
Oh, well, I've talked to Zuckerberg, and he's told me that the quantum foam chip will be next year's hot item.
Decimal place, I mean, I think it was Richard Feynman says, equivalent to predicting the width of North America to the nearest hair's breadth.
Mm-hmm, right.
That's impressive.
Oh, well, if that science man said it, then what else do you need? Quantum foam vindicated, bro. And you think I'm joking about quantum foam. Do you remember when, because we covered it with John Adams back in the day. Do you remember when they were, I kid you not. If you don't know about this, you're going to love this. Let's see if it's still up. I hope it is. So there were some science boys. Oh man, it's not up anymore. There used to be an article. It might have been on like Huffington Post, but they were arguing that quantum foam was a way to demonstrate. I kid you not. This is the funniest shit ever. That 9/11 truthers were retroactively causing the Big Nine to have been a conspiracy through quantum foam. Kid you not. It was one of the dumbest scientism bullshit stuff I've ever seen. But now look at all this crap.
Is space-time quantum? Probing space-time foam. Quantum foam. Virtual particles. Quantum foam. Whoa, look at that, dude. It's like ice cream cones. Quantum cone, dude. It's a self-licking quantum cone.
Anyway, this is all just like, this is what higher IQ science nerds do instead of marvel. They just make up shit like that. And normies, this is what normies think is smart, this kind of stuff.
That's
no doubt.
The mystery there, as it were, gains its credentials by its predictions. The mysteries of the Bible don't have any credentials at all, as far as I can make out.
Well, I guess the credentials that I would put...
Well, but wait a minute, Richard. How do you have the credentials to talk about the Bible's credentials? You don't. But secondly, again, why have you not at least addressed the messianic prophecies? I mean, that's the thing that demonstrates inspiration. So where is at least some reference to this, right? Again, it's like they don't even mention the thing that is the most cited and obvious thing.
You made a statement a couple of months ago that I found very interesting. And I don't claim to understand it, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot with it. You said that you were a cultural Christian. Okay, and so that raised...
By the way, yeah, quantum, whatever, it's like a marketing term. You just stick, it's like in crypto, remember last year in crypto, you just put meta anything, right? Or maybe, no, 2 or 3 years ago in crypto when they were going to roll out metaverse, then you could just put anything meta and it make a crypto and it would go crazy. It's just marketing, dude. Yeah, Cyber Muppet has it. Quantum blank, quantum insert equals new pseudo-intellectual words that will raise your shoe size level IQ. Exactly. Quantum cream pie. Exactly. Quantum foam. Let's come up with some new science shit, bro. What's a quantum science? Oh, dude. Whoa. That's like, we're not there yet. Okay, guys, we shouldn't be uttering that word. Quantum science is, right now it's theoretical. There's a lot of peer-reviewed literature, but it's something that we really hope to see kind of in the field by 2100. But we're not at that yet. Quantum cooming, yes, that exists. That's when you coom before you coom. Quantum, guys, I want your best quantums in the chat. I'm going to read out the best ones. Quantum Catholicism. That's the religion of the future. We're not there yet. It's theoretical. We will see a quantum pope who will develop the Quantum Vatican Council. But also that council's already happened before it's happened. So I'm going to read the best one. quantum friends. If you're lonely, you have friends even though you don't know them. They're just simply in a different universe. I like quantum science still. That one sounds really legit. Quantum. That's like next level quantum. That's where the quantum is happening before the quantum is happening before the quantum is. So it's like, it's basically a perpetual motion machine. That's what we're talking about here. Quantum evolution. Oh, that's legit. It's not here yet. It's theoretical. We're in the process of laying the groundwork for understanding the mechanics of quantum evolution. Look how I made that shit sound real, right? I made that shit sound real, dude, right there. So we got quantum science. We gotta write these down. These are legit. I'll do a whole podcast on quantum coin. That's a crypto of the future. Quantum science. Quantum evolution is really good. Quantum evolution. Quantum meditation. Let's get full on new age. Quantum Catholicism. Quantum. We can't even think that yet. We got to have a quantum AI to think about the quantum, meta-quantum. Quantum atheism. Oh shit, how do we not have that? Yeah, I mean, that's the next level of becoming an atheist before you become an atheist. You guys have got some good ones here. Quantum girlfriend. Quantum queef. Very possible. Quantum Dawkins. Not bad. Quantum tag argument. We're not there yet. Quantum of solace. Quantum kumquats. Quantum cantaloupes. Quantum keys. Quantum fluid. That's pretty close to quantum foam, but that's okay. Quantum atheism. I like, these are great. Quantum. All right. That's we got some good ones here. I'm gonna quantum Elon, quantum Reddit, quantum ethics. That's definitely something we're gonna see rolling out. So you see how easy it is? You just put quantum in front of anything and it sounds like some like super deep normie shit. This will blow a normie's mind, dude. I got one whiteboard right here to pop a normie's mind like a damn zit. Watch this. You ready to pop a normie's mind? Pop! Quantum science, quantum evolution, quantum Catholicism, quantum... I forgot what that one is. Quantum fluid, quantum atheism, quantum fluid, and quantum ethics. You just blew a normie's mind right there.
A number of questions in my mind, and the first question was...
You are changing the subject.
No, I'm not. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I may be leaping outside of the topic a bit to get back to it.
We can do cultural Christianity, but I think because I have a list of questions that you wanted to ask, and that is one of...
I love this snotty dude's arrogance at the...
We can do this. I shall permit this as the cop of as the village person, policeman of debate. We shall do this by law. Section 333 of the Quantum Code allows me as the debate cop to allow cultural Christianity to be discussed.
But I think Professor Dawkins did ask you...
You're referring to the predictive power and to the utility of the stories.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's actually what I was trying to say.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so that was the point. Well,
Peterson is super energetic. I've never seen him be this energetic. And Richard Dawkins looks like an old turtle that's about to like cave over. And Peterson actually looks like it. He looks kind of Chad here. Like he looks like he could like get up and just like whip the shit out of Dickie Dawkins. Dawkins looks like he's about to roll over and friggin' start becoming he's already in his meme phase of becoming a damn fossil.
Leaping outside of the topic a bit to
We
get
can
back to
do
it,
cultural Christianity, but I think
I shall permit this as the British cup of debate from the village people.
I have a list of questions that you wanted to ask, and that is one of them. But I think Professor Dawkins did ask you...
You're referring to the predictive power and to the utility of the stories.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's actually what I was trying to say.
Fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so that was the point. Well, it seemed to me that your proclamation that you were a cultural Christian was a recognition and a statement that you had found something in the culture that had been derived from Christianity that you had an affinity with. And that there's some reason for that. And one of the things I wanted to ask you is, well, what do you think that Christianity got right that allows you to make a statement like that? I mean, I know that there's differences perhaps in what we both think about the ultimate veracity of the biblical stories. Maybe there isn't differences. Like, it would take a lot of conversation to figure this out. But what did you mean by that? Like, what do you think that Christianity got right that would enable you to make a statement like that?
Virtually nothing. I meant by that no more than that I brought...
He sounds like he's getting a little nervous there. Dude, Peterson's over there like, he looks like about a 10-foot Chad gorilla to this little old British fossil that's about to roll over and croak, dude. And did you hear that? You hear that? It sounds like you're getting a little nervous. He's like tripping over his words.
But what did you mean by that? Like, what do you
Peterson looks like a giant that's about to like crush this little dude.
think that Christianity got right that would enable you to make a statement like that?
Virtually nothing. I meant by that no more than that I'm brought up in a Christian culture. I went to Christian schools. I therefore know my way around the Bible.
I want apple cider, cookies, and nothing more.
My way around the Book of Common Prayer. I know the hymns. That's...
I know my way around the Book of Common Prayer and some hymns, okay? I mean, he just laid down some hardcore Christian street cred right there. You know what I'm saying? That's some Christian street cred right there. And he know that Book of Prayer.
Oh, I don't value Christianity as a truth system at all.
Okay, so let me ask you about that, because maybe that's true and perhaps it's not. So the first question is, like, do you think that there are any marked differences between cultural traditions that would enable you to rank order them in terms of their ethical validity?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so for example, we could contrast mainstream UK Christianity with Islamic fundamentalism.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a hierarchy.
There is a hierarchy.
Wait, Richard Dawkins says there's a hierarchy of which types of systems, religiously speaking, are good or bad. Oh my gosh. Is there anything more foolish than the atheist? I mean, seriously. And you know, when you talk to a lot of atheists, deep down, they know. They know that they don't have any basis for these standards, these value judgments. Okay, what basis is this goober going to have to rank these religions? Because to rank something is to put them on a scale based on some standard, some measure. Okay, where does the measure, the standard, the value judgment come from, Richard? It cannot be purely subjective. And yet, every atheist worldview always ends in ultimately pure subjectivism when they're consistent.
Hierarchy that points to what?
Well, in the case of Islam...
Now this, maybe Peterson there is making the point I just made, right? So this is the clearest, like, obvious just destruction of any atheist position right there. Because they always want to say, they're always pontificating on their morals, right? How moral they are and how Christianity is so bad and other, you know, but now he just said Islam is worse. Okay, on what basis? And it sounds like that's where Peterson went.
I dislike any religion which punishes apostasy with death.
Oh, you dislike it. Really? Here's your greatest mind of the atheist world, supposedly, one of them. What's the standard for this hierarchy of good and bad religions? I dislike. Okay, this is the same level as when Peterson debated Matt Dillahunty, or maybe it was one of the other Matt debates, I don't remember, and Dillamonkey said, monkeys have value, so I have value. One of the monkeys in the past said, I have value. Therefore, monkey life have value and I have value. I shit you not, that is the Matt Dillahunty argument. That's the justification for why life has value and why there might be a secular ethic. Because monkey have value.
That throws gay people.
I like and I don't like. So here's the trick. They always do this. We saw, remember when we were critiquing the Sam Harris debates? When you ask an atheist, what's the standard? They do a rhetorical trick where they say, well, I don't like a religion that condemns people to death. So that's a rhetorical trick. That doesn't tell me the standard. I don't give a shit whether you like it or not. That means you're a dumb debater. And how has this geriatric goon, after however many damn decades of debating, how has he not figured out how to at least give a sensible answer? I think actually he knows to just play to his, I don't know, what do you think the Reddit IQ is? Just play to the base, I guess. Like, if this has been good enough to satisfy 50 million dummies, why change the game plan? Right? Just roll with the same stuff, right? You saying you don't like it doesn't tell me why it's wrong. You saying you don't like it doesn't tell me what a standard is and how we would know this standard. It's so simple. Like, this is such a fundamental philosophical question. It's inexcusable that somebody at this level of intellect, IQ, and public prominence is answering in such a just low-tier emotional way.
But I don't like a religion where people get killed. You're mean. You're mean.
That's the equivalent. That's what he's basically saying. What's your standard, Richard, for epistemology?
I don't like it. What I like.
That's what he's saying. The smartest man on the planet for you atheists literally just says,
it's what I don't like.
What's the standard? What's the epistemology?
Whatever I don't like.
Of high buildings that practices clitoridectomy.
So then they all do this. They read out the litany of the things that this religion over here does that they don't like. Okay, this rhetorical trick, this is an emotional appeal. So you want to go into the fallacies? It's an emotional appeal to tell me that the ranking of the religions is due to, oh, look, here's these abuses. The abuses tell me nothing about the standard itself. Because your listing of the abuses presupposes a standard that those things are bad, and the standard was the thing in question, dummy.
That seems to me to place Islam on a lower level than Christianity, but that's not to say anything very positive about Christianity.
Well, it might be to say something positive about Christianity. Like, I think.
So Dawkins right there just revealed his inveterate hatred of Christianity. Because Islam is worse, he says, but Islam being worse does not make Christianity positive. That's pretty wild. So it's better than Islam, but it's still not anything positive. Well, Richard, wouldn't you rather live in a Christian country than a Islamic caliphate by that logic? So even the statement itself is dumb, because obviously living in one society that's Christian versus Muslim is a positive, but really he just reveals the stance of the unbelief towards God, which is hatred. So you'll notice that really it's an inveterate hatred towards Christ, irrational, and when asked about the rational justification, it's completely irrational.
I don't like it.
Anyone who's had a basic philosophy class would know that to respond to a question about an epistemic standard with saying, I don't like it, is childish. Is Richard Dawkins a 17-year-old on Reddit or an accomplished global academic?
That question is open because you might ask yourself, what did Christianity get right that led it away from those particular presumptions and towards something that you regard as more ethically appropriate? Like, this isn't a trivial question.
It's a very modest claim. There's not very much. I mean,
Richard Dawkins. That's funny.
To be better than a religion that throws gay people off high buildings is not really a very...
Okay, what's the basis for any of that being wrong, Richard?
Of course it is. I don't like it.
Maybe it's because you get thrown off a building. Oh!
Virtuous achievement.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true, because if you look at the barbarism that characterizes the human past, you might think that any progression whatsoever towards something approximating mercy and tolerance is nothing short of a bloody miracle.
Well,
like, people are pretty ruthless, and so are our chimpanzee cousins.
Yes, they are.
Right. So,
yes.
So we move forward into the light with great difficulty.
Yes,
and
yes.
the fact that we can take that for granted now, and that it seems self-evident and deserving of faint praise, it's not so clear to me that that's a reasonable proposition.
Okay, let's grant the faint praise, but that has nothing to do with the truth value. And what I care about is the truth value. I see no truth value in the claims of Christianity, the virgin birth, the resurrection, the miracles. Do you believe in any of those?
Now, this is where the rubber meets the road, right? And I think, unfortunately, this is where Dr. Jordan Peterson has a hard time explicating exactly why we ought to choose these stories if they're not real, or if they are just merely sort of, they're like Crime and Punishment, right? They're like Raskolnikov, they're Dostoyevsky level stuff. Maybe they're more important than Dostoyevsky. But if they're just stories like Crime and Punishment, even though they are real in the sense of the principles and the meanings applying archetypally everywhere, this is going to be a significant challenge.
Do you believe Jesus was born a virgin?
As I said before, there are elements of the text that I don't feel qualified to comment on. My experience has been that the more, I know from a metaphorical perspective and from a mythic perspective what the story of the virgin birth means, and I accept that. I know, for example, that any culture that doesn't hold the image of the woman and infant sacred dies. And I don't know how that needs to be explained.
Well, of course, that's not exactly what the virgin birth means. You could extrapolate that, yes, the virgin birth and the Theotokos and the Son of God have a meaning which applies to the sanctity of life and birth everywhere, and preserving the chastity of your young maidens. I mean, you could extrapolate all of those, but that's not ultimately the redemptive historical meaning of the virgin birth. The virgin birth, redemptive historically speaking, is the reversal of Adam and Eve's fall. So Mary is the new Eve, clear as day. That's the redemptive meaning of the virgin birth. And that Christ is thus not subject to the passions and subject to the fall. He is, in fact, the new Adam, and he has a pure nature, unfallen, just like Adam and Eve had before the fall. That's the purpose of the virgin birth, to then counteract Adam's transgression and to heal and create a new humanity. But if you only limit this story to level 3, the most important, which needs 1 and 2, and by extension 3 and 4, right, fall apart. So again, it only goes so far to have an inroad with an atheist with level 3. It can work. It's a practical thing that I think does work. And we've seen that borne out by how many people, as we said, leave atheism through the archetypal stuff that Peterson talks about, which is layer 3. But the Bible and the meaning of these things is not just level 3. And here, Dawkins, who has no idea about any of this, is maybe inadvertently hitting on the key point, which is, yeah, but you can't just have layer 3, right?
Expressed in a form.
Do you mean that you don't know?
Well, let me ask you about that, because truth, this is something I talked with Sam Harris about too. Truth, as we know, is a tricky business. Do you think there are differences in the truth claims between different writers of fiction? Like, is Dostoyevsky more profound than...
No, well, I wouldn't call fiction truth claims anyway. I mean, these are...
Then on what grounds do we rank order the fiction in terms of quality? Like, Dostoyevsky is a profound purveyor of fiction on the philosophical front, unbelievably deep and profound.
Yes,
There's something true about what he's writing about.
It's nothing to do with the truth that science is concerned with.
Well, I have to give, although Jordan Peterson is not going to do well, I don't think, in answering this fundamental issue, because this is the crux issue. He is, as a side point, demonstrating the stupidity of Richard Dawkins. That Dawkins is so uneducated and such a soy scientism man that he thinks that some masterpiece like Crime and Punishment from Dostoyevsky, because Peterson is absolutely correct here, that it doesn't have truth claims because it has nothing to do with what science is concerned with. I mean, does this man really exist? He's almost like a caricature of what you would make up about a scientism man. Like, he's so unfeeling and unhuman that he doesn't realize that Dostoyevsky's books encapsulate and tell way more about life and humanity than your dumbass science books. This man is pitiful. He really should be pitied. I mean, to say something that's just outright stupid. That, first of all, just because it's a novel, of course it can have a truth claim. How stupid is that, to think that a novel doesn't have truth claims? Why would you think that? That's foolish. So this guy is like literally a midwit. Richard Dawkins is straight up a midwit. Because any educated person would know of the value of Dostoyevsky. But to say something so foolish that, well, it's not concerned with what science is concerned with. First of all, it could be. You could have a science of great writers. For example, I had a friend who sent me an article some years back, maybe the New York Times, I don't know. And they were talking about how people who were very well versed in Dostoyevsky novels, when they would read Dostoyevsky novels and really penetrate and get the meaning of it, chew on it, that it lit up more centers of their brain than when they read any other type of thing, including scientism man's boring ass books. Why is that? Because a Dostoyevsky novel is functioning on so many different layers and levels, and you have so many different characters that you're keeping up with and their motivations and getting in the thought and the mindset of those characters, that it causes the whole brain to do like the meme and basically go lit. But this goober has no knowledge of that because he's basically functioning like a damn antelope. He's like a reptile brain himself, which is like lower base midwit level. I'm not kidding. Now, but what does that demonstrate? Well, that's a scientific measuring of people who read and study Dostoyevsky novels and their brain lighting up better than if they read your dumbass book. So you could actually do a science of literary studies and their effects on the brain, goofus.
Truth of science is the truth that gets us to the moon. I mean, this is nothing to do with whether one writer of fiction has a sort of insight into human nature. That goes without saying. I accept that.
Okay, so how do we deal with the notion that on the purely factual side, how do we deal with the idea, let's take you talked about clitoridectomy, let's talk about the oppression of women.
Yes.
We make a scientific case that that's inappropriate? Or is it a case that we're making on some other grounds? Like I see in...
On what basis is this goofball who, if he's a consistent atheist, should believe in depopulation, human population reduction? Oh, but he cares about the status of women and their clitoris getting cut off. Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you really care about that, Richard. Let's see Dawkins' statements on population. Because I don't know, but I'm guessing, isn't Dawkins out of the Royal Society circles? He has to be a proponent of this. It looks like he is. So here's articles fussing about his tweets. Let's see what this is. Where's the Dawkins shit? I don't want to read all that. Dawkins sparked controversy when he tweeted that eugenics would work in practice. Well, of course that. Last year, 11,000 scientists signed a statement urging population reduction. Of course. Dawkins and eugenics. Dawkins advocates for reducing undesirable populations. Well, there we go.
As a scientist, I respond, what are the facts?
Okay, why ought we reduce them, Richard? That's an ought. Okay, so Dawkins believes apparently in, obviously, population control. So now wait a minute. So he's for abortion, reducing the population, but he cares about women's clitorises being cut off. I bet he does, sure.
The Judeo-Christian tradition, one of the earliest pronouncements is that both men and women carry the image of God, both. And that sets a certain tone to everything that follows. And it is a remarkable proclamation given its radical age, that both men and women carry the image of God and are to be treated as something with intrinsic value outside of the domain of power and politics. And it isn't obvious to me, having thought about this a lot, how we deal with that in the pure realm of fact. Because one of the facts is, if I can oppress you, why the hell shouldn't I?
Yeah, my job is to keep things on track here. I think there are a number of questions which Professor Dawkins has asked quite directly that we still haven't really heard an answer.
So when Peterson brings the heat, Skittles O'Connor steps in here to deflect away. So here is the crux of the issue where Peterson's going to actually ask the question which we're waiting for.
Hell shouldn't I?
The fact is that I can oppress you. Why shouldn't I oppress you? Why shouldn't I be the Kwisatz Haderach? Right? These hypocritical, inconsistent, atheist goofballs who are always touting their soy morality and how ethical they are have no basis for their ethics. It's so annoying. And then they try to pontificate and they go around and around in circles all day long about how much they hate theism and all this kind of stuff. And they have absolutely no basis for ethics and they know it. And so he knows exactly where this discussion is going. And so he deflects and tries to shut this question down.
My job is to keep things on track here. I think there are a number of questions.
Yeah, things are on track. Village person cop.
Which Professor Dawkins has asked quite directly that we still haven't really heard an answer for.
Okay.
And Professor Dawkins asked...
Alex O'Coomer is so annoying, dude.
Asking about the virgin birth. You started talking about metaphor, you started talking about myth. I think anybody listening to this conversation will understand that maybe a society that doesn't believe in the virgin birth won't work. Maybe that's the predictive power that you're talking about. But I think you must understand that when Professor Dawkins is asking you, do you believe that Jesus was born of a virgin? He means something like a biological fact. And by the way, saying I don't know, or saying, you know, I'm not qualified to comment, is an answer to that question, but is that your answer, that you don't know?
I said earlier, and I would hold to.
Did you catch how stupid that was? He said there was a number of questions that weren't answered, such as Richard Dawkins asking you, do you believe in the virgin birth? And then he says, and you answered, I don't know, which is an answer. Is that your answer? I mean, obviously that was a stupid deflection from Peterson's question, because that goofball just admitted that the answer already given was an answer. And then he re-asked the same answer, or the same question. How does this guy have an audience, by the way? Remember when we covered his debates some years ago, and he said that he asked the way that he knew, wasn't it about quantum shit or some bull crap? And he said, I have a really smart friend at Oxford, and he told me. That was his answer. Like, I know a guy. Like, what?
This is that there are elements of the text that I don't know how to, that I'm incapable of fully accounting for. I can't account for what the fundamental reality and significance of the notion of the resurrection is. My knowledge just ends.
Sure, but
I know that whatever happened as a consequence.
Well, I'm surprised that the amount of discussions that Pageau and Peterson have had. I mean, you know that Pageau has to have explained this probably many times. And even if Peterson doesn't necessarily believe it, like, you're not aware of the significance of the resurrection? I mean, that's an odd statement.
Consequence of the origination and the promotion of the Christian story was powerful enough to bring Rome to its knees and demolish the pagan enterprise. So there's some power in that story that's remarkable.
Let's stick to the virgin birth.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, well, the virgin birth results from a mistranslation of Isaiah. You know that.
Like these sorts of questions.
It's not a mistranslation of Isaiah. A mistranslation of Isaiah. Remember, this is the same guy who... by the way, Richard Dawkins, do you have a degree in Hebrew? Do you have a degree in Greek? Oh, wait, you expect credentials. You have none of these credentials, yet you're a textual scholar who knows that Isaiah 7 is mistranslated. And by the way, no, it's not. It depends on whether you follow the Jews or whether you follow the Septuagint. So if you believe the Septuagint, like the Orthodox Church does, it's not mistranslated. And on what authority do you know, by the way, which texts are authoritative and which ones aren't? Of course, they have that's way out of their domain. But notice I think what happens too when you get to be, say, like a Richard Dawkins level, when you're probably like the most, when you're in the top 5 most prominent atheist type people in the world, you're not typically in the presence of anybody that would significantly challenge you. Very much. That is very rare. And so you just assume, I guess, that you're on the money, like when you're making basic mistakes and you have no idea what you're talking about.
What would you say? They don't strike me as, they're not getting to the point.
I know
the
that.
story
I know
has
you
a
think
purpose.
that. Yes.
Well, and look, I understand that there's perfect reasons to debate this. I know that, and I know that your question is more than valid, but it's beside the issue as far as I'm concerned, and it's partly because, well, when we started this conversation, I said, for example, that it appears to be the case that a description of the structure through which we see the world is a story. We see the world through a story. And so that's a remarkable thing. That's a remarkable discovery, and it's emerged probably in the last 16 years.
This is true, and this is actually a good refutation of this goofball's worldview, as if science could tell you anything about values, anything about meaning, anything about telos. Science is merely a tool for investigating the natural world. That's it. It cannot tell you the origins of life. It can't tell you meaning. It can't tell you any of these types of questions. Ethics, oughts, etc., etc., etc. It's a very limited tool. Is that dinosaurs? What, they got damn velociraptors running in the background? What the heck is that? What? They look like they're in Arizona or somewhere. So where are they? Where there's two velociraptors? They're at damn Jurassic Park, dude. Watch out for dude. Hey, look, we need to get Jeff Goldblum out. They're in Jurassic Park. You see them velociraptors back there. Get Jeff Goldblum in there to set them all straight on freaking chaos math. The chaos math. The one thing I know is that life is certain to survive, right? We need some Goldblum action in this room here, since they're at Jurassic Park.
60 years in multiple disciplines, because we have to prioritize our facts. And so we prioritize them according to a particular pattern. And there are patterns that seem to work and to propagate themselves properly and to orient cultures towards life abundant. And there are other patterns, the pattern of Cain, for example, that lead to absolute bloody devastation. And I don't know exactly how to construe that sort of truth. But we talked about the oppression of women, for example. It's like, how do you make a case on purely factual grounds that women should be treated as equals?
It's a moral question, and
I know that's exactly.
I was dealing with a factual question, which is, did Jesus have a father? And you won't answer it.
Well, Jesus had an earthly father and a heavenly father, like almost all mythological heroes.
So he wasn't born of a virgin then. So you're saying that Jesus was not born of a virgin?
I said, first of all, that I don't know how to mediate the fact-value dichotomy in that.
I think we need to take a brief interlude here to get some real scientific, decisiveness on the matter from our favorite chaos mathematician and game spitter, Jeffrey Goldblum. And if you don't know, we got a lot of single guys out there
in Ohio.
A lot of single men. You want to hit on a blonde woman. You're at the park. You're at the zoo. You're at Jurassic Park. You want to hit on some blonde woman. How are you going to do it? I'm going to show you how. This is the Jeff Goldblum model of game, right? And by the way, it almost works, because wasn't she with frickin' Sam Neill or whatever? I can't remember.
Butterfly effect. A butterfly can flap its wings in Peking, and in Central Park you get rain instead of
He's spitting that chaos butterfly game.
Why? And then I go too fast. I go too fast. I did a flyby. No, give me that big glass of water. We're going to conduct an experiment. It should be still.
No. Give me the water there.
It's just an example. Now, put your hand flat, like.
By the way, he's straight up cucking Sam Neill right there. Sam Neill's over here like frickin' Dickie Dawkins, obsessed with paleontology and a bunch of damn fake ass dinosaur shit, right? He's over here looking at raptor ass. Meanwhile, Jeff Goldblum's over here stealing his girl.
Hieroglyphic, then. Now, let's say a drop of water falls in your hand. Which way is the drop going to roll off? From which finger, or over the thumb, or the other?
Thumb.
Guys, you paying attention? How do you get a girlfriend? Right here. Use some of that smart Goldblum game. Some of that science game.
Okay. Right. Okay, now freeze your hand. Don't move. I'm going to do the same thing. Start with the same place again.
So, use butterfly chaos math, excuse me. Throw in a little quantum foam. The chicks love that, right?
Which way is going to roll?
Let's say back. Same way.
Same back. It changed. Why? Because
boom, it worked.
As tiny variations, the orientation of the hairs in your hands.
Hey, Ellen, look at this.
The amount of blood descending your vessels, imperfections in the skin.
Imperfections in.
That Goldblum game right there. See, that's what I'm talking about. And then On top of that, not only is he an amazing leather-clad ladies' man, he also can expound upon ethics from a scientific perspective. So the very thing that Dawkins is looking for. How can I base ethics in science? I have no answer to this question. Why doesn't he turn to Jeff Goldblum?
After that absolutely spectacular design, spared no expense.
And in the world has the right
You ready? Y'all ready to learn?
The lack of humility before nature that's being displayed here.
I see a lot of a lack of humility before nature in this audience. This audience has got a lot of hubris, a lot of quantum hubris. I see quantum hubris right here in this audience.
Staggers me.
Well, thank you.
I'm staggered by the quantum hubris in this audience.
Dr. Malcolm, but I think things are a little bit different than you and I had feared.
Yeah, I know. They're a lot worse.
Now, wait a second. Now, we haven't...
I like this.
Even...
He's got like a Jewish Elvis thing going on here, right? He's like Jelvis, right? He's got it going on, baby.
They're a lot worse.
Now, wait a second. Now, we haven't even seen the part where Amy...
Don't let him talk. There's no reason. No, I want to hear a review.
Let quantum Jewish Elvis talk.
I really do.
Yeah, don't you see the danger, John, inherent in what you're doing here? Genetic power is the most awesome force the planet's ever seen, but you wield it like a kid that's found his dad's gun.
It's hardly appropriate to start hurling generalizations.
If I may, I'll tell you the problem with the scientific power that you're using here. It didn't require any discipline to attain it.
Oh, boom roasted. Let's get back to this.
Case, I said the same thing about the resurrection.
It's not a value. It's a simple fact. I mean, did a man have intercourse with Mary and produce Jesus? That's a factual question. It's not a value question.
You must understand what you're being asked here. That even if you think that, say, the author of the biblical texts intended much more significance than a simple scientific analysis of events, Professor Dawkins is interested in scientific truth. That's the kind of truth that he's interested in. And even if you think it's irrelevant to the point of what the gospel authors were getting at, that first needs to be clarified before you can then begin actually uncovering what the stories are about. So I think
Oh man, did I have this? I'm sorry, I didn't realize the mute was on because of whatever. Look, I'm sick, I'm sorry. But the people in the Twitter have heard it. So I'm just reading super chats anyway. So I apologize that if you wanted your super chat, maybe I should reread these and answer them really quick. I didn't realize it was still muted. Let me go back and read. I'm going to read these super chats really quick because I didn't realize it was muted. As a new inquirer of orthodoxy, should I go out and still be involved in sharing the gospel with Pride Fest and abortion mills? My answer was that you should be catechized before trying to do that. Hallowed Night, $5. How will we ever debate again if we have Vatican Funko Pops? We won't, was my answer. Should it be Project Skeptic instead of Project Pat? Yes, and Project Peterson. Funk Lester, $5. I know it's not on the topic, but what about Catholicism and the history of Judaism? Yes, I'm familiar with that. What is Orthodox conception of brain and body, or mind-body? It's that mind is a property of human nature. Human nature is made up of body, mind, soul, and will. Human persons are the haver or the subject that has the nature. So mind is a property of nature. It is the active state of conscious awareness. I don't know much more, like what can we say much more than that? In your book, you cite Alvin Noe. Yeah, but that was in the context of a philosophical discussion. We wouldn't cite Alvin Noe as anything to do with Orthodox theology. Storm the Cat, $10. I read that in ancient Rome, financial centers had Saturn as the locus of their financial centers had Saturn temples, and many global elite have Saturn symbolism. That could be an unconscious spiritual kind of connection there. I don't know that they're always necessarily trying to think back to the ancient world. Also, I read that Canaanite equivalent of Saturn is the Moloch or Remphan. Yes, that's a human sacrifice deity. Pano, $5. If you were going to debate Peterson, how would you structure your opening statement? I'm reading through these fast because I read them and I didn't realize it was muted. My answer was that I would do what Peterson does, where he tries to go at the atheist with layer 3, the moral tropological. My response would be to go at Peterson with layer 2 and point out that 3 presupposes 2 and 2 presupposes 1. That was my answer. Seabass, $5. Jay, what's a good response to a Catholic that says that Orthodox Church has no unity because it has no authority? My answer was that if a Roman Catholic argues that, they're refuting themselves. It's a self-own, because if the church of the first 1,000 years was the Roman Catholic Church, then that means the church of the Council of Ephesus was the Roman Catholic Church that granted autocephaly, and so therefore the Roman Catholic Church itself is refuting itself. So hopefully you see how stupid that is. That's a great own. Anti-Pac-Man, $10. Thank you so much. Orthodox Phronesis, $5. The Septuagint reads, "My crime is too great for me to be forgiven" in Genesis 4:13. The KJV reads, "My punishment is greater than I can bear." We see that a lack of faith in Cain is the true issue, not an angry God like Protestants think. That's interesting. I didn't know the difference of the Septuagint there. That makes sense too. DC Woodworking, $3. Appreciate that. MKG, $5. Jay, unmute. Jay, you're still unmuted. Yes, I figured it out. Thank you so much. Mick Colvin, $5. The YouTube stream is muted. Thank you. MKG, $10. I got caught off guard when O'Connor said the verse needs to be clarified in 38:13. Okay, let's see.
Or you can then begin actually uncovering what the stories are about. So I think Professor Dawkins is asking from a scientific perspective, and maybe you think that that scientific approach is wrong, but if you just take it for a moment, maybe this is how we find out that it is wrong. Let's take a scientific approach, ask the question, did this occur?
I think that it's inappropriate to use a question like that to attempt to undermine the validity of the entire what would you say, deep mythological enterprise.
Suppose we weren't doing that. Suppose we were asking out of interest. Suppose that we were all here devout Christians, maybe even Jungian Christians, and we thought, this is interesting, over dinner. Do you think it really happened, like scientifically? Would your answer just be, I don't know?
Yes.
And you wouldn't consider it, I mean, it's not an inappropriate question to ask, just on a point of interest.
Right.
Did this really occur? And I think so often people are asking you that, and especially given the context of this conversation, we've heard everything that you're saying about metaphor and myth, but because the question is still then being asked, did it really happen? You know that that's what you're being asked. And the way you just so easily said yes, I wonder why you struggle to do that in so many other circumstances.
I think because I don't look at the situation the same. The way that Dr. Dawkins and I look at the situation are really quite different, and at many, many, many levels. You know, so even on the meme question, for example, you know, like, I know the literature on the history of religious ideas. I see how these ideas have battled across millennia in a manner that is very reminiscent to me of the same sort of claim that Dr. Dawkins is putting forward with regards to meme. I know that literature. Dr. Dawkins doesn't know that literature. And it's very difficult for me to communicate from within the confines of that literature because it's extensive and deep. And we're...
Were we muted for the... Hopefully we weren't muted for the whole Jeff Goldblum showing up. Was that muted? It shouldn't be muted now. Are we good? Did y'all hear the wisdom of Goldblum? I think the chat's behind. No? You didn't hear it? Oh, this damn mute. Oh my gosh. Wait, you did hear that? Okay, as long as you got the wisdom of Goldblum, I was proud of that. I thought that was funny. Okay, good. Then all you missed was super chats. It's okay. I reread the super chats.
Dealing with things that we don't understand the relationship between metaphoric truth and value predicated truth and factual truth. We don't understand that. It's a big problem. We cannot, there's no evidence whatsoever from the scientific perspective that we can orient ourselves in the world merely in consequence of the facts.
Sure.
This is actually a really good point that Peterson's making. This reminds me of an essay. I think it's called Demarcation. Let me see. Yes. So this reminds me of an essay by Mannion. I'm sure you guys are aware of Russ Mannion, who, Lord have mercy, I think he did pass away. Of course, we referred to a lot of Russ Mannion's papers. I think this Mannion essay is referring to what Peterson's talking about. So Russ Mannion called this essay Demarcation and a Meaningful Research Project. And I think what Peterson, I'm going from memory because I haven't read this essay in several years, but I think what Peterson is talking about is the same point that's being made by Mannion in this paper. That you basically, there is no clear way to demarcate when science is giving you meaningful truths and propositions versus pseudoscience in the sense of comparing it to, say, truths in literature. Like, there's no clear, quote, scientific way to demarcate these things. I think that's right. I'm trying to remember this essay. We need to pause here, for the idea that nature signifies things to scientists is going to need a narrative of its own. We don't even need to be concerned about probable narratives at this point. We just need a narrative that is at least possible. That is, we need a narrative that is meaningful. In the prior paragraph, we placed the word somehow in italics for that purpose. Somehow is a placeholder for a narrative which exists to explain nature and scientists that can have such a rich relationship. Most just leave that somehow alone for fear of too many possible explanations. But there are not so many possible explanations. There are only two that we need to be concerned with. These are the same two possible explanations for the world itself. In the end, that special relationship between nature and science exists either intentionally or by accident. So this is intentionality versus in a purely accidental world. Intentionality would then be a world where there is telos. The first story is easy. It is not difficult to imagine a story where scientists are what they are on purpose for a purpose, and in which nature is created for some purpose. What if nature was meant to be read? What if reading nature was the very purpose for which scientists were made? What if nature was made for an epistemic environment, an environment in which signifies, discloses, and reveals something to be a sign? What if scientists were intentionally made to be epistemic beings with epistemic faculties for the purpose of observing and interpreting those signs? What if reading nature was a form of communion between scientists and the maker of nature? It's a very neat story. It's a simple story, and perhaps a story that, if it's not true, it's a story which even objectionable to those who prefer an accidental or natural story. Nonetheless, it is a story which explains why nature and scientists are in an epistemic relationship. In that sense, it makes sense. It is a possible narrative. What's the alternative narrative that the Dawkins worldview must prefer? The alternative story is easy too. If nature and scientists are not what they are intentionally, then they are what they are by accident, and their stories are accidental. But nature as an accident just is the case. Scientists as accidents also just are. Their relationship just is. And anything we might want to say or think about them just is. But just is just means there is no narrative for that somehow, because just is just means there is no reason or explanation whatsoever for an epistemic relationship. That is, the accidental story is that there is no story. Nature does not mean anything at all. A purely accidental state of affairs signifies nothing. It is absurd to declare at the outset that there is no reason whatsoever why anything is what it is, and then go on in the name of science, Dawkins, and give reasons for why things are as they are. In an accidental world, there are no signs. And if there are no signs, the world does not signify anything. In other words, there is no story, and there is no science or meaning. Look how absurd this makes the entire gibberish of Dawkins. Now, if you want to read this essay, I'm going to link it right here. It's that energetic procession right there. It's a great Russ Mannion essay, and it's called On Demarcation and the Signs of Nature. It is making, I believe, the point that Peterson's making here.
That's a fact. And it's a fact that's been detailed out in great detail in the last 60 years by people from a variety of different disciplines. We have to prioritize the facts. That's a value hierarchy. There may be true and false ways of prioritizing facts, but you can't determine the truth or falsehood of the way that you prioritize facts by making reference to the facts. That's a big problem.
Okay, let's talk about that as perhaps a slight detour here, because I think we do need to come back to this Christ resurrection thing. But Professor Dawkins, would you say that underlying the scientific enterprise is a fundamentally unscientific assumption?
I want to show off something.
You can make scientific investigations in the world, but in order to do so, you need to choose what to prioritize. You need to choose what to investigate. You also need to value the truth. You need to have a value and a motivation for doing it in the first place. Those kinds of things cannot themselves be scientifically justified. And so does the scientific enterprise have an unscientific assumption of space?
I suppose it does. I mean, I think that maybe just be Jordan and Richard, by the way. I think that Jordan prioritizes myth and I prioritize fact. And I think myth is kind of vaguely interesting, but it's not the be-all and end-all of my life. I think it...
But you understand that as we just read in the Mannion paper, there is no such thing as fact. Fact is an illusion just as much as the spaghetti monster that this goober's always talking about, right? It's a metaphysical myth, a fantasy. There is no fact. What is a fact? Because a fact presupposes a meaningful signification between events in the external world and the perceiver of those facts. And we just saw in the Mannion paper, the world is pure and true and only accidentalism, then there is no meaning at all.
It's somewhat secondary to scientific fact, the sort of facts that tell us how old the universe is, how old the world is, the history of life, the engineering achievements of landing a spacecraft on a comet. These are the things that science can do. And as I said, the predictions of quantum theory, to come back to that, the predictions of quantum theory, which are verified to a sufficient number.
Have you noticed, I just realized how many times these people include themselves in this domain of what engineers do. Bro, what have you invented? He's over here talking like he's damn Elon Musk or some shit, right? Like he's inventing all this high tier, you know, high tech stuff because of science, and then he's part of that. You're not part of some collective of engineers. Do you have an engineering degree? It's funny how many things he talks about when he requires credentials of anyone else to talk about it, which he has no credentials in, right? So here he is talking about all these engineering achievements as if that's anyway equivalent to the so-called life sciences, which life sciences just means we sit around and we come up with weird theories about what we thought monkeys were doing 11 million years ago in trees. I'm not joking, right? Life sciences is not the equivalent of engineering. And because I have a lot of respect for engineers, I think they're real scientists. They're people who do real mathematical, technological, scientific work. And people like this are like sued mid-wit con men who don't do anything like that, but claim to be the voice and the face of what actual engineers produce. It's really annoying.
Number of decimal places that it's equivalent to predicting the width of North America to one hair's breadth. Now, that is, however difficult quantum theory is to understand, that is what you can get from quantum theory. Now, the mysteries of the Bible, if they are mysteries, aren't in the same league. I mean, they just...
How did we get back to them? Hey, did he bring back quantum shit? I thought we were already through the quantum foam. We waded through the quantum foam and now we're back to it? What is he talking about? How did he get to quantum crap from... We were just talking about... Did I skip ahead somehow?
Things that science can do. And as I said, the predictions of quantum theory, to come back to that, the predictions of quantum theory, which are verified to a sufficient number of decimal places that it's equivalent to predicting the width of North America to one hair's breadth.
Dude, what kind of bullshit is this? Who actually believes this? So he's, number one, this outlandish, absurd measurement is a measurement no one can measure. He's saying that the ability of quantum gibberish to predict things is the equivalent of predicting the width of North America to one hair's breadth. What? Who could even test that or measure that? So here's the king of testing and measuring things, making some preposterous claim that quantum physics capabilities are equivalent to this? Like, what? Am I the only person who hears this and thinks, what the hell does that mean? That's like complete gibberish. It's like saying, I have created the world's most accurate invisible infinitesimal measuring device, and it has successfully measured the length with perfect precision of every gnat's dick. So we now know the perfect scientific average of gnat dick from my infinitesimal perfect quantum gnat dick measurer. You can't see it, but it's perfectly accurate, so we know it's true. What the heck are you talking about?
Now, that is, however difficult quantum theory is to understand, that is what you can get from quantum theory. Now, the mysteries of the Bible, if they are mysteries, aren't in the same league. I mean, they just don't cut it.
What in the heck is that? Like, what is he even talking about? Like, let's see, quantum. He said it was a Richard Feynman quote, right? Quantum mechanics. Measure North America to a hairbreadth. It's just, this sounds like some crap that like a science fiction, like some propagandist wrote up or something. Hairbreadth. I want to try to find the Feynman quote. All right. Well, does anybody know where this quote comes from? What the hell is this supposed to mean? I don't know. I don't see it anywhere. Oh, now here we go. This looks like it's going to get interesting. Preconditions for science.
Axioms that need to be accepted. I don't want to put words in your mouth because I want to get this right before the scientific enterprise can begin. So I've tried to think those through. So let me lay out a couple of them. This is partly what I've done while trying to make the case, for example, that you're more of a Christian than you think you are. So, for example, I think that the scientific enterprise is motivated by the axiomatic presumption that truth tends towards a unity. I think that it's predicated on the notion that there is a logical order that's intrinsic to the cosmos, that that fundamental order is good, that it's intelligible to human beings, and that discovering that order and aligning ourselves with it makes for life more abundant. I think that the scientific enterprise is also predicated on the idea that the truth will set you free. And I think all of those axioms are religious and derived from the Judeo-Christian tradition. And if you don't believe that, you have to account for why science emerged in Europe and nowhere else in the entire history of humanity, for example, and why it's under assault from like all quarters now as that underlying metaphysic disappears. Like you haven't had to be concerned with the mythological substrate in your lifetime in some sense because it was intact.
Yes.
And so the universities could flourish and you had your freedom, remarkable freedom to pursue your scientific enterprise wherever you wanted, and people lauded you for it. Like that time is threatened, and seriously so. And I think it's partly because these metaphysical assumptions have now become questionable, and that's part of the reason that I'm attending to them. It's not because I don't admire the accuracy of quantum prediction, for example, or celebrate what Musk is doing with his capability of sending rockets to Mars. It's like more power to the technological enterprise. But you know what's happening in the universities? It's awful. And that's not a scientific problem. It's okay.
I agree about that.
Okay.
I think it's an interesting question.
Oh, he agrees about that? What, with the universities going woke? Did you not realize that his basic bitch scientism is what leads to the absurd cult of the woke? Can he not put two and two together? That the woke people are in the exact same boat as him? And they're in the same cult, because all of the woke people have the same scientism cult religion as you, which you are the high priest of for however many decades. So how does he not know what his own cult devotees believe?
Why science emerged in Europe. I mean, and I'm not enough of a historian to know. It is even possible that Christianity did have something to do with that, and I wouldn't categorically deny that. But that doesn't in any way increase my trust in the validity of Christian propositions like the resurrection, the virgin birth, the miracles, and Jesus is the Son of God. Christianity may have had some kind of historical facilitating effect that led to the Renaissance, that led to the sun.
I agree in principle with Jordan Peterson here that obviously the Christian ethos and the idea of a world governed by regularity, all of life having sanctity, meaning, purpose, it's itself as the Mannion paper talks about, what gives the possibility of meaningful predication. But I also think that that doesn't prove anything, because we know Dawkins is just going to say, okay, but maybe myth gives way to science, right? That's their whole narrative, is that mankind is in this sort of Comtean process whereby he sheds the superstitions of the previous generation. But the irony of that is that, well, guess what, Richard? Your woke offspring are the ones that are shedding the pretensions of your generation. So you've created these monsters which you now disavow. You're the high priest of the goblin class, you goofus.
Scientific revolution, and that would be a very interesting historical analysis, but it doesn't bear upon the truth of the propositions of the Christian religion.
Okay, let's concentrate on the resurrection for a moment. Now, unfortunately, see, this is part of the problem. Part of the problem with discussions like this is that the mode of approach that's taken by the mythological tends to circle and wander. Like, it doesn't, because you have to shine light on the problem from multiple perspectives. That's why it's often encoded in image, for example, or in drama. It's not the same tack as a purely propositional and logical argument, so it's more difficult to make. But let me tell you a story that I believe bears on the resurrection. You tell me what you think about it, because this is a very difficult story to account for. It's going to take me about 5 minutes because it's complicated, but there's no way around it, I don't think. So
before he tells his 5-minute story, Paranoid Joe, $10. How come when I try to show the Pope being apostate to Roman Catholics, they try to explain it away or deny it? Because the religion is about the Pope ultimately, even if they don't acknowledge it. It's a worship of authority. All the apologists spend all their time basically defending the papacy. It's 99% of their apologetics, and their apologists are papal lawyers. So, of course, they're going to explain it away when that's what the religion is all about. So, that's why. Also, I mean, they're so committed to that they'll deny the Trinity, the deity of Christ, the incarnation, the virgin birth. They'll deny all that before they deny the papacy. Honeybee, 00 Honeybee, $200. I hope you feel better. Wow, thank you. You won the super chat competition today. Honeybee, you always do. Bring in those fat super chats. A Manuka Honeybee with that $200 Manuka honey. Appreciate it. That's right. I think the Manuka honey did help with this. Whatever kind of bug I had. It seemed like the only thing that really helped was sleep. Like, nothing else worked. I did take charcoal, because I didn't know whether... At first I thought maybe I had food poisoning, because the first 2 days were very different than the rest of the days. So the first 2 days I thought, I got food poisoning, and then, I'm on a... But then I didn't throw up. So I'm like, well, if I'm not throwing up, what do I have? It's something else. So I had mega fever for 2 or 3 days. And then it was just off to the races, if you know what I mean. MKG, $5. You got muted right after Jeff Goldblum. Then you unpaused Alex and he interjected. Yeah, sorry about that. Storm the Cat, $10. There's another problem with Karl Popper's falsification epistemology, is that he can't know that something is falsified today won't be falsified tomorrow. Yeah, that's true. He has the same issues as David Hume. Yeah, Bahnsen had a good critique of falsification in one of his lectures, and I think he said something like that, as well as, just doing a presuppositional critique of the principle of falsifiability itself, right? That it's unjustified.
There's a strange scene in the Gospels where Christ tells his followers that unless he's lifted up like the bronze serpent, there can be no hope for the redemption of mankind unless he's lifted up like the bronze serpent in the desert. Okay, this is a very strange thing for someone to say. So you need to know what...
Now, this is interesting because this also plays into iconography. And if you're going to be around November 8th, we have our Icon Conference coming up. So I want to remind you that you can still get tickets for that. It's going to be a fun, kind of small event. Let's see. Here's the details. November 8th, Palm Coast, Florida. Theology of the Icon. It's in 8 days. It's going to be an intimate event. We have, we're going to be going pretty deep on icons from different angles. Father Vladimir will be discussing the Rublev icon, which is obviously one of the most famous. Father Theodore will be discussing mystical, practical theology of the icons. Father Deacon's paper, I forget the title of it, but I think it's just called Theology of the Icon. And then I'll be giving a talk on kind of the biblical defense of iconography in regard to like Protestant apologetics. So if you go to the link, you can get the tickets. It's also in the show description for the Icon Conference. It's going to be an intimate, fun affair. If you're in the Florida area, or even if you're not, if you want to come for that. Let me know. There's the link right there.
The story of the bronze serpent in the desert was and what it signifies. And I think we can understand it psychologically. I really do believe this. And the concordance of that story, which was generated millennia before with Christ's utterance, is something I just cannot imagine how anyone put those two things together, especially given the lack of explicit understanding about the relationship. So let me detail it. So there's a scene in the Exodus story, where the Israelites are doing their usual fractious foolishness and whining about the fact that they're lost and bemoaning the loss of their privileges under the Pharaoh and complaining about the power dynamics of their leadership and just generally being followers of Cain, let's say. And God, the cruel God that you refer to, decides to send among his suffering subjects poisonous snakes to bite them, which seems a little over the top, you might say. But in response to that, I would say there's no situation so terrible that some damn fool can't make it infinitely worse. And so that's what happens to the Israelites. So they're being bitten by these poisonous snakes, and the leaders of the people who've wandered from God go to Moses and they say, look, we know you've got a pipeline to God, and there's a lot of snakes and they're doing a lot of biting, and maybe you could just ask him to, call off the serpents. And so Moses, who's not very happy with the Israelites either, decides that he'll go talk to God. And God says something very strange. He doesn't say, to hell with the Israelites, more snakes is what they need. And he doesn't say, well, I produced the snakes, so I'll get rid of them. He says something very, very peculiar. He says, have the Israelites gather together all their bronze and make a giant stake and put a serpent on it, a bronze serpent, which is the symbol of healing, by the way, that even the Greeks use, that symbol of Asclepius. It's a very old symbol, very widespread. It's still used by physicians today. And then he says, put it up where the Israelites can see it, and if they go look at it, then the serpent's poison won't harm them. And I read that and I thought, that's exactly what psychotherapists discovered as they all converged in the 20th century on the utility of exposure therapy as curative. And that's the pharmacon. A little of the poison that hurts you cures you. It's the same principle that's used for vaccines, by the way. So what we saw in psychotherapy is that if you get people to voluntarily confront the things that are poisoning them, so to speak, that hurt their life, that frighten them and disgust them, they become braver and more well adapted. It is.
Now, I'm not saying there might not be some application of this principle from the biblical symbology going on here, but what the psychotherapist discovered is not what these texts are conveying. Again, there might be some loose connection or analogy, but what is being displayed here is the defeating of death by death. The thing that brought death, the serpent, right, becomes the instrument of healing. The cross, which is a horrible Roman image of death, becomes a healing instrument of life. Trampling down death by death. Hello? Christ is risen from the dead, trampling down death by death, and upon those in the tombs bestowing life, right? Everybody's sung this a million times. How is that? Because death becomes the instrument through which death is defeated. It's the trick, God's trick of the devil, to defeat the devil by his own instrument. That's the meaning of it. And so I guess you could loosely say that it's exposing the subject to the thing, because I guess in a sense, Christ willingly took on and underwent death in his human nature, meaning that the divine person of the Word willingly and actually experienced the severing of his human soul from his human body. In that sense, I guess you could say maybe that's what he means.
That they become less afraid, because that's been very carefully tested. It's that...
Oh, and I forgot to mention, there's a good article actually by Pajot, speaking of this topic, from about 10 years ago on the serpents of orthodoxy. This is a really good article to give to like Protestants, because I don't know how many times I've heard Protestants, why does the Orthodox bishop got a thing with snakes on it? You worship the Lucifer serpent. Serpents don't just mean bad things, like the bronze serpent. Duh. Right? So every low-tier Protestant needs to read this article from Pajot. It's a good article.
They learn by watching themselves expose themselves to the things that they once fled from, that there's more to them than they think, and that generalizes across situations. And it's the same mechanism that underlies learning as such, because children, when they learn, put themselves on the edge of ragged disaster, and that's where they advance. And so what God tells the Israelites, essentially, in this dramatic endeavor, is that it's better for them to face the terrors that confront them than to be shielded from the terrors, or for them to hide from them. That they'll be better people if they face what's right in front of them, even if it's poisonous. And so it's like, okay, that's pretty damn interesting and quite remarkable. And then that symbol is used, for example, by the Greeks to symbolize medicine as such. But then there's this additional weird twist, which is Christ identifies with that bronze serpent. You think, okay, that's a very peculiar thing for anyone to do. What exactly does that mean? Well, so then you might say, well, what's the most poisonous thing that you could possibly face if you dramatized the idea of poison itself? If you wanted people to face what was worst so that they could become strongest? And the answer to that is the most unjust possible painful death and the ultimate confrontation with malevolence. And that's what's dramatized in the Passion story. Now, does that redeem everyone? Maybe. Maybe the idea is that if we were courageous enough to look death in the face unflinchingly, and if we spent our time putting our finger on the source of evil itself, it would revitalize ourselves to a degree that would be unimaginable. Now, as a biologist, you could think about this too, because I don't remember the philosopher said it. I think it was Whitehead, but that might be wrong. We let our ideas die instead of us, right? So human beings have evolved so that we can undergo these deaths of our own ideas and the rejuvenation that emerges in consequence of that. That seems to be something like evolution towards what? Towards the process of sacrificial logos as the thing that redeems human beings. And that makes us biologically unique too, because we can die in ideation and imagination instead of dying in actuality. Does that fundamentally redeem us? Does that deliver us from death and evil? Maybe. Like, the job isn't done. obviously.
Richard, the story.
I mean, that was a good exposition of kind of what's going on with the symbolism and the meaning of this stuff at certain levels. But he's just so close to pointing out that, yeah, but it needs to be the divine person of the word healing our nature. That's the point. So it's like he's like all the way up to everything but the ultimate point of why Christ did it, right? Yeah, you can say it's an example for personal courage and facing evil and battling malevolence and all of that, but that's ultimately still the Aryan Jesus, right? Remember, Aryan Jesus is the great moral example. It's actually called in theological verbiage the moral example theory of the atonement. What's the purpose of Christ's death and atonement? The Aryan idea is that, well, obviously, if Jesus is just a man, it doesn't do anything metaphysically or miraculously to anybody because it's just a man dying. How can that can't save you? But he can set an example for you, you see. So the Aryan view of Christ's death was always this sort of demythologized, non-miraculous type of an event in the sense of salvation, because it's just an example. So Jesus is no more than any other prophet setting an example of how you should live. But the difference, of course, is that the whole message of Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, is that it's a miraculous event where the divine person of the Word is deifying and healing our actual human nature and resurrecting it. And by extension, the entire cosmos. That's the real message of Christianity. So he's always just right at the edge of what Christianity is really about.
Story that we've just heard, the Old Testament bronze serpent, it's rhyming with the New Testament Christ depicting himself as that bronze serpent. I think from Jordan, if I may, as Richard suggests, from what I've heard you say before on this same story, there's something about that harmony between that New Testament Jesus and that Old Testament story, which is so profound and so impressive that it's difficult to imagine it having sort of naive human authorship. What do you make of that story and of that assertion?
Well, it doesn't impress me. I mean, I don't understand why you would say that has... I don't think Jordan actually said it had divine inspiration. Maybe he did.
Not divine inspiration necessarily, but more than just, as I say, naive human authorship. Not like someone just sat down and wrote the story.
At minimum, it's a staggeringly brilliant literary move, especially given the fact that that relationship hasn't been explicated before.
Do you think, for example, if you were looking in Scripture for something which would identify this as a God-given text, maybe you as a scientist would look for some scientific information. It might have told you the shape of DNA or something like that. But do you think
which Jordan actually thinks, yeah.
Yeah, we can perhaps get onto that. But do you think that a literary brilliance of a similar kind or a similar intensity, that if the Bible is not a scientific text, you might be looking for some scientific fact which you couldn't have otherwise known? Is it possible that some kind of genius moral move or literary move could also indicate that this is something more impressive?
You more or less asked me what would impress me, and I'm a naive literalist, and so I would say, if any prophet had said something like, the world is just one object in rotating around the sun, something like that. They never do. I mean, it's always some kind of moral lesson which leaves me cold.
Well, why is it that there is no... I mean, they say that God meets you where you're at, right? And there are some people who just care about...
I mean, doesn't Isaiah talk about the luminaries in a pretty fascinating way? What's he talking about? Their moral lessons leave me cold? What does that mean?
Scientific truth. That's what they know. That's their profession.
Well,
Someone like Richard. Why is there not anything in the Bible for them?
Oh, I think the idea that sacrifice is the basis of the community is a remarkable and scientifically valid hypothesis. I think that it's precisely akin to the, what would you say, to the process of cortical maturation. I think they're the same thing. Because as we mature, we move farther away from the immediate gratification of our self-centered emotional and motivational needs to a ethos of care that brings our future self into the picture and a wider and wider array of other people. And I think that's associated with cortical maturation. In fact, I think the purpose of the cortex, a purpose of the cortex is to bring the dynamics of the short-sighted underlying motivational and emotional systems into the kind of harmony that allows for communal existence and the protection of the future at the same time that the present is, what would you say, cared for and attended to. That there's a kind of harmony there. There's also a pattern there. It's not arbitrary at all. And I think we know this biologically, is that the number of ways, and I think we already alluded to this, the number of ways that a society can organize itself so that each individual can harmonize their own future with the present and do that simultaneously with many other people, there's a very limited universe of possibilities there.
Richard,
Very limited universe.
Richard asked you before about the difference between a story or an idea naturally evolving over the course of numerous manuscripts and throughout human history, and the idea of it being divinely inspired. And you were seeming to imply that these are almost interchangeable concepts. Now, if that's the case, when you say that this divine spirit behind the Bible is actually just the way that it has evolved throughout the human history, throughout the different manuscripts that we've had, then saying that that is what divinity is, I think for you may drag the mundane up into the realm of divinity. But I think for people like Richard and for many people listening, what it does instead is drags the divine down to the realm of the mundane.
Very well put, yes.
When we think
Then there's a Shopify ad after that. I don't understand this objection that Dawkins says is really well put, that it drags the divine into the realm of the mundane. I mean, what kind of bizarre metaphysical jibber jabber does the atheist base this on? Like, because the divine isn't in any way involved in the here and the now and the mundane, that's somehow below the divine? Like, how do you know that? On what basis is that what the divine does and doesn't do according to, you know, your standards? It's just really, they're so arbitrary. It's so weird to hear these people be this way, and they're never called out on their standards, I think, which is what's so annoying. And that's the power of tag. Is tag just immediately goes to, on what basis are you making these grandiose critiques and claims here? How do you know what is too mundane for the divine?
today to upgrade your selling. That's Shopify.
Multiple modes of being. I don't think it doesn't make any difference to me whether it's the material reaching upward or the divine descending downward. I don't think there's any difference.
But multiple modes of being? I mean, now we're in straight up 100% metaphysics territory, which I don't mind. But I remember watching all those Peterson lectures. Maybe he's changed his position since the personality lectures from, I don't know, 10 years ago. But in those, he's all about, I don't do metaphysics. I don't do metaphysics. I mean, modes of being is like, that's like straight up 100% pure metaphysics. You're talking about modality.
Between those two
You
things.
don't. That's exactly right. That's the problem.
Well, I don't.
You don't
look,
see the difference.
Well, look at it this way. So, for example, in this conversation, you know this to be the case. Like, there's various ways that this conversation could go sideways, right? Seriously, like we could, but either of us could try to.
I mean, I could be just sick, but I genuinely have no idea what O'Connor and Dawkins are trying to argue here.
Yeah. Either of us could try to demonstrate our intellectual superiority, right? Each of us could misrepresent the other. Or we could both try, and I do think we are in fact trying that, and I think Alex is helping along with that. Just.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest here. Like between these two, I mean, Jordan Peterson is legit like a 10x genius. I mean, I think Jordan Peterson is generally really, really intelligent. But I mean, he's talking about comparing. It's like he's talking to a damn midwit, dude. Like I'm not kidding. Like both O'Connor and this goofus here, pseudo-intellectual Dawkins, I mean, like, it's like they're not even on the same plane. honest. I'm just being honest. Between these three, so it's weird to me too that like I really don't understand how Alex O'Connor has this audience and oh, you're just jealous. I'm not jealous of that dude at all. That dude was a vegan like a year ago. What are you talking about? I'm jealous of him. No, I don't understand how these people get these. Maybe they're propped up, like. But, I mean, Jordan Peterson genuinely is. I have my criticism of Jordan Peterson, but he's like way smarter than either of these goofballs, especially Cosmic Skeptic. I don't. But like, what is it that? I mean, he really is like. Remember when he debated Trent? I mean, Trent just made Alex O'Connor look like a complete slow boy. I mean, like, what? And now he's sitting here with Peterson and Dawkins, like he's like this, like they're all like comrades, like they're all like, peers. Like, this guy's a goofball. But I mean, Dawkins is kind of a fraud too, I think.
Fine. We could try to follow the thread of the exploratory truth and see if we could get somewhere. Now, I don't think there is any difference between that, by the way, and what's expressed in the biblical texts as the spirit of the Logos. That's why we have dialogue.
I'm very interested in the possibility that truths emerge through evolving manuscripts. Now, that's a very interesting idea. And it's totally different from divine inspiration. And I want to pursue it because I don't believe in divine inspiration, but I would be prepared to believe in evolving manuscripts.
Well, I would say this is why I had set forward the possibility of taking a look particularly at Mircea Eliade, because that's where you'd find the best work. He's brilliant. I believe that if you studied the history of religious ideas, it's a 3-volume manuscript, or The Sacred and the Profane, which is probably his single best work, that you'd see.
Well, see, now, a lot of people give Peterson flack because they think he's like a pseudo, or no, he's not a pseudo. He's actually, how can I put this? I think the big problem here is that he won't fully commit to what I think he does know is true. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, you don't get tag and then almost do tag and then back off. You know what I mean? It's like he's not living up to what he could be. That's what I'm trying to say. And I mean, Sacred and Profane is really good. I'm trying to think of the right word for what I want to say. I genuinely do not think Peterson is a pseudo or like a fake intellectual, but I think that he chooses this broad appeal normie approach to reach a lot of people, and it undercuts the effectiveness that he could have. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm going to take the call-ins. This just ended up being a lot longer than I thought because we were having so much fun joking with Project Pat, cutting in and being silly, that this is going on for forever. But anyway, let's get back to it.
Profound analogies between the manner in which you've been construing the world biologically, including the trains of thought that led you to the development of the idea of the meme. I really believe that.
Well, analogies is one thing, but is it the same thing?
I think it's the same. I do. I think, look, I don't know. That's why I'd like your opinion on it. You know, well, seriously, like, it's a complicated question. It's a complicated question. Most people don't know both literatures. There's not a lot of people to discuss this sort of thing with. Camille Paglia, I talked to Camille Paglia about this. She studied the work of a man named Erich Neumann. Neumann wrote a book called The Origins and History of Consciousness, which is a work of genius, and also another book called The Great Mother, which is a study of the symbolism of the feminine. It's a great book. Palia told me that she believed that if the Academy would have turned to Erich Neumann, who's a student of Jung, although the greatest student of Jung, and maybe one who surpassed him, that the entire culture war that's torn the universities apart wouldn't have happened. People don't know this literature. And let me give you an example of this. You tell me what you think about this. Okay, so I spent a fair bit of time studying the psychophysiology of the hypothalamus. Okay, so that.
By the way, this is another criticism I would have at this point, which is that I don't doubt that Jordan Peterson's correct about people are not aware of this important literature, but this is the whole misunderstanding about academia and man's problem in general, like accurately diagnosing man's problem. Man's problem isn't academic. Man's problem isn't ultimately a lack of knowledge, a lack of facts. Man's problem is his ethics, and that determines his lack of knowledge and lack of facts. So it's almost always reversed. People think that, oh, all these domains are separated, they don't really relate. No. You can't have, ultimately, the right worldview, the right knowledge, without the right heart. And nobody thinks this way because that's unique to Orthodoxy. In Roman Catholicism, it's all intellect and scholasticism or whatever. I mean, it used to be. That's discarded. They don't care about that anymore. That's just online LARPers, the only people that care about Thomism. But they lost the notion of you have to get your heart right before you can interpret the world right. Right? And that's not what is going on with academia or Dawkins or any of these people. So while it may be true that there are good pieces of literature out there that could have helped academia, once academia was severed from the transcendent, the divine, and all of that, which was a long time ago, there's no manner of academic text that will fix this problem because it's not an intellectual problem.
The hypothalamus is set up, it's got two halves, basically. One half deals with fundamental motivated states, hunger, thirst, defensive aggression, sexuality, and so forth. And when those areas are dominated, the biologically relevant goal is activated and perceptions are oriented towards that goal. Okay, so now then you might ask yourself, well, what happens if all those biologically motivated states are satiated? And the answer seems to be is that the other half of the hypothalamus kicks in and it mediates exploratory behavior. And so the default structure of the mammalian nervous system is, if satiated or in doubt, explore and gather new information. There's no difference between that and hero mythology. They are the same thing. They're the same thing. The dragon fight, for example, which is the oldest story we have. It's coded in the Mesopotamian mythology. The dragon fight story is explore the dangerous unknown, discover the treasure that revitalizes the community. There's no difference between that and the science that you practice. They're the same thing.
What do you think of that,
Richard? It's the same story.
I don't know what to make of that. I mean, you say they're the same story. You've analogized the dragon fight to
well,
fighting,
how many dragons have
Satan.
you overcome in your life?
I'm not interested in dragons. I'm interested in reality.
Is this dude so like numb and dumb to not understand what he's referring to? Like, he's not literally talking about a dragon. He's talking about adversities in your life that you have overcome. Now, even if you disagree with Jordan Peterson, like, that's obviously what he's talking about. And Richard Dawkins is like, well, I don't believe in dragons. I mean, does this dude even know what a metaphor is? I mean, he sounds like a Baptist fundamentalist. What you mean by a dragon? I don't believe in a dragon. Right? I mean, like, what? Is everything literal? By the way, the dragon fight, is Jordan Peterson talking about the Kumite?
Stop asking.
I think he's talking about the Kumite, bro. Jordan Peterson's been watching Bloodsport, bro. You know about the Dim Mak? Do you fight to survive? Listen, if you're going to be going up against dragons, you better fight to survive. And if you're gonna fight to survive, like the fraudster Frank Dukes did, you want to play this song. I can't play too much of it, but you know what I'm saying. Fight to survive. Kumite, kumite, kumite. I'm gonna leave that little gem in the chat for you boys and girls, right there. That's how you beat a dragon. First of all, how? Number one, become Van Damme. That's step number one to defeating dragons. Step number two, read the collected works of Carl Jung and Jordan Peterson. Step number three, enter the Kumite. Step number four, do 5 roundhouses against a giant Chong Li. Dragon defeated.
Okay, so let's okay. So I read a book a while back that described the biological reality of the dragon. Say, well, there's no such thing as a dragon. It's like, okay, is there such a thing as a predator?
Of course.
Well, that's a meta category. What's the category of predator? Bear, eagle, if you're a primate. Fire? Is fire a predator?
No.
Well, it's complicated because a fire kills you. Okay, so is there a worse predator than serpentine, flying, fire-breathing reptile? Is that not the imagistic equivalent of predator? So in what way, if predator is real, in what way isn't?
Chong Li, Bolo Young, predators. Predator from the movie Predator. Is he a predator? Richard Dawkins, can you answer yes or no to any of these obvious predatory individuals?
Dragon real. Doesn't take that much imagination to see the...
Is enter the dragon real?
Entity? And then wouldn't the fundamental task of edible primates be to figure out how to overcome the dragon forever?
I don't know why you say dragon. I mean, we have lions, we have tigers, we have saber-tooths, we have tyrannosaurs out there.
Right, but why not abstract? Because it's for the same reason that we have the term predator. Like, we have the term bear, lion, Komodo dragon. Well, you make an amalgamation, you say, well, the relevant set of features is an image. Well, what's the image? Predator as such. What's the image of that? The dragon that never disappears. And then there's a twist on that, which is so cool. It's so interesting because you can imagine rabbit mythology, which would be something like predator appears, freeze. But that's not the human story. The human story is predator appears, there's a treasure somewhere.
Is this a different Jordan Peterson? Like, this is like some sort of like, this seems like a Jordan Peterson that teaches PUA classes and has been lifting weights. And is he taking Chad mode? Like, what? This is a different. This is like some kind of. This is like. Who's the dude that ran the WWE or whatever? Remember that guy? All y'all wrestling fans out there. This is some other Jordan. They cloned Jordan. That Illuminati had done clone Jordan Peterson, bro. Who's that guy that ran the WWE? Is he the CEO or the leader, or is he? Dude, Jordan Peterson is Vince McMahon. That's what I'm trying to think of. Vince McPeterson, dude. What's going on? Dude, Jordan Peterson has turned into Vince McMahon, bro. Well, maybe not the present day Vince McMahon, because he looks kind of weird. But like this era of Vince McMahon. Dude, that's what we got a new and improved. We got a chalk heavy Jordan Peterson. If you want to also be chalk heavy, head on over to chalk.com, choq.com. Use the promo code J40, excuse me. choq.com. Get a hold of that performance stack. Get a hold of that wrong stuff right there, the performance stack. JAY40 to get 40% off of that right there. Get that Chad mode, get that Tonk out of league, get that Action 2.0 so that you can become Vince McPeterson.
Right, that's a completely different pathway of of evolutionary significance. Like the way that we construe the world isn't freeze like predator. It's like, oh, there's a predator. Maybe there's something valuable lurking in our conflict with it. You know, our sticks and our spears that enable our fragile bodies to stand up against the dragons of the world.
So a dragon is a pictorial representation of the abstracted concept of a predator.
Yes.
As you say.
Oh, way to... Good job there, Sherlock. Wow. So Jordan Peterson spends 10 minutes explaining the symbolism of a dragon, and Genius O'Connor chimes in with a sentence basically saying, so it's a symbol of a predator. Thank you, debate cop. Go back to the village people, please.
We already have the term predator. And so it might be useful in art, in narrative, to... I mean, you can't paint an abstraction.
We had the image way before we had the word.
Sure, okay. But
no, but that's a seriously important thing to understand.
You can't paint an abstraction? I mean, this doofus just called a dragon an abstraction. So if I painted a dragon, by his own definition, I could paint an abstraction. What? This guy's like an idiot, man.
But now we have the word. We have the word predator. And maybe if we were doing art, maybe if we were all going to sort of draw a picture or tell a story, and we wanted to invent a story to give our children a good moral message, we might invent this dragon or use this dragon as...
Well, we do. Always.
I got a predator.
Exactly, we do.
We do it with Harry Potter. We do it with the Lord of the Rings. We do it with the Avengers.
But when you say...
There's no escaping from it.
But when you say the biology of a dragon, you must understand how that can be misleading.
There's one easy term that if these, I don't know if any of them, maybe Peterson probably knows this. I think he's even used this term before. But what these other two goofballs don't even know, the term they're looking for is the ontological status. So what they want to know is, what is the ontological status of a dragon, of a predator, of divine authorship of the Bible, of God, right? That's the thing that these like midwits who have such a limited vocabulary don't even know where to go, what term to use. They're seeking for that term this whole time.
As to the enterprise that you're engaging in, because we're talking here about narrative, we're talking here about art, we're talking here about representations in literature.
I just think Alex O'Connor's a fabulous isn't he just a fabulous midwit? He's just the most fabulous midwit village person cop of all time, because he's got such a cop mustache from the 1980s. He looks like he'd be on Chips or something.
I don't think the category of dragon is any less valid than the category of lion.
Any less biological?
Well, it depends on your level of analysis. We have the term predator, which implies that all predators have something in common, because otherwise we wouldn't have the term. It's like there's no reason to assume ontological priority for the category of lion over the category of predator. Like it depends on all that would...
That's actually a really good argument. I wish he would push that at these goofballs.
Determine which of those terms should be used is the purpose towards which the conceptualization is being directed. Like if you want to identify a...
Dude, is Jordan Peterson like taking... he must be just like sniffing straight chalk, dude. He looks like he's about to jump over this table and strangle these soy men. We got a new Peterson on our hands. Bro, a new Peterson just dropped. And it's Vince McPeterson. We're talking Army level, special ops, Navy SEAL Peterson. He's about to punch these dudes.
Particular class of predator? Well then...
I mean, look at him. He looks like he's about 18 feet tall. And these boys are like literally in the process of shrinking. Dawkins looks like he's about to just tip over and die right here.
Lion is a good term.
You would say that lions are an instantiation of this bracket term of predator.
Well, I would also say...
Would you therefore say that a lion is an instantiation of the bracket term of dragon?
Yes. Yes, because... See, because...
I think Alex thought he was going to get him with that one.
We're not only fact-oriented creatures, right? It actually matters to us whether we get eaten. Like it's one thing to lay out the nomenclature of the animal kingdom, but it's another thing to remember that predators can eat you. And then it's another thing, and this is very interesting, and it's relevant to that story of the bronze serpent. It's like, what do we want to teach our children? Well, to identify predators, obviously. Well, what do we want to teach them more profoundly? What attitude they should take towards the eternal fact of the predator. And the attitude they should take is something like the courage to voluntarily confront, and not to run away, and not to hide, and not to freeze. And
in other words, you should enter the Kumite, study these moves, and this is how you would win. That's how you beat the predator, right here. Watch all Van Damme movies. Study them intently. That's how you beat the predators.
Not to casually demonize, but to assume that in the combat with the eternal predator, an eternal treasure might be found. And that's exactly what you do, whether you know it or not, when you teach a child to be courageous. And we know from the psychological literature that generalizes. And I do think it's identical with the mechanism of learning in human beings, because kids, us, we always learn on the edge. You know, in your own life, and I don't want to be presumptuous, but no doubt there have been situations where you've been battling to have your ideas distributed, even to modify your own conceptions when you had something new to learn. That's a sacrifice. You have to kill your stupidity so that you can move forward. That's what happens in the story of Abraham, by the way, when he makes sequential sacrifices. So in the story of Abraham, you tell me what you think about this, because it staggered me when I understood it. Abraham is a protected person. He doesn't have to lift a finger. He lives in the socialist utopia. He's got everything delivered hand to mouth. He's at home till he's 70. And God comes to him as the voice of a...
What is he saying? Abraham lived in a socialist utopia. What? Is he talking... So... Ur of the Chaldees was the first socialist government? What does that mean? Maybe he just means because... But do we even know that Abraham was actually prominent in... I mean, we know his dad was the idol maker, but... What?
Venture, which is something remarkable to see. And it says, you leave your zone of comfort and go out into the world. Have your terrible adventure. And Abraham...
Dude, this is some kind of like... I'm just kind of blown away at the... like the high T Peterson that's appeared. Like, this is the... We're going to have freaking UFC Peterson before we know it. He's going to be out there grappling with the Gracies next year. What the heck's going on? Have you ever seen him this animated? Like, he's getting red, dude. He's out there in Arizona at Jurassic Park drinking some of that dinosaur juice, getting juiced up. Juiced up dinosaur juice.
Says yes, and then a series of cataclysms occurs around him, just like it does in every adventurous life. And every
dude, he's like 1 millisecond away from calling these people a bunch of soy retards. Like, he's like, no, we did it. Like, he's about to just pop. I like this new Peterson we're getting here. This is not the Peterson that was like crying every talk like a year ago or 2 years ago. Remember that Peterson? Remember that Weeperson? We got now high T, I'm gonna bust your chops in Peterson. That's what I like. And we got Project Patterson. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I predicted at the beginning of the stream.
Time an episode concludes, he makes a sacrifice. Why? To get rid of what's stupid and old about him, so that he can progress and transform. And that happens to such a degree that he gets a new name, which means he's changed so dramatically he's not even the person he used to be. And that's a consequence of following that adventurous pathway. And that's all coded in the story.
I think we just have to agree that we have different kinds of minds, and you're interested in symbols, and I'm interested in facts. I mean, let's take predators. I mean, predators, I'm fascinated by predators. Predators are the relationship between predators.
I bet he is fascinated by predators. He gives off predator vibes, doesn't he?
I'm fascinated by predators.
I mean, yeah, you giving off them predator vibes, boy. But you're really fascinated by predators. Now, he says, I'm interested in facts, not symbols. Symbols can be facts, dummy. I mean, these are such midwits, man. This is painful to sit through. Maybe Jordan Peterson's just tired of talking to these midwits, and he's about to pop and just snap some necks in a minute or something.
And prey is an arms race, an evolutionary arms race. And whenever you see a really complicated, beautifully designed piece of biology, what Hume, I think, one of Hume's characters called things that ravish into admiration, or all who contemplate them. This is almost certainly the result of an arms race, probably between predators and prey, could be between parasites and hosts.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we are talking about adaptations to just the climate, woolly rhinoceroses grow hair because it's getting cold. That's relatively boring.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's an adaptation to a predator, then you get an escalation of adaptations by prey, which are countered by predators, which are countered by prey, so you get a gradual escalation. Now that's interesting. That explains why you have animals that run fast, why they have keen sense organs, why they have teeth, why they have sharp teeth, why they have behavior patterns that either protect them from predators or, if they're predators, help them to catch prey. The idea of the arms race is the thing that grabs me. The arms race between, nothing to do with dragons and mythology.
Fair enough, right? And I share your appreciation for that remarkable, the remarkable phenomena that emerge in consequence of that. Okay, so let's take the idea of arms race. All right, so here's how I would construe what I said in what I think might be your terms.
Okay.
All right, we transformed the battle with the predator into a meme battle. We abstracted it so that we could figure out how to deal not with a predator, but with the class of all possible predators. Right, exactly. And the appropriate way to deal with the class of all possible predators is something like a meta-ethic. It's a stance that...
Well, who talks about that all the time? I wonder. Tag me. Meta-ethics. Now, good luck with these two midwits knowing what the heck you're talking about. Red Mars says for $15, Tricky Dicky Dawkins doesn't like the Bible because it makes prescriptive claims instead of facts about planets. Maybe if the ancients knew that the universe is just a cosmic fart, it would have stopped so much evil from happening. Yeah, exactly. If they just known that everything was meaningless, they would have operated in a rational way. See how logical that is? Steve, $100. Thank you so much, Steve. Appreciate that. For your Dawkins impression.
Ah, yes, I like predators because I myself am a predator. Many ladies and others of the species have called me a predator, so I liken myself to predators.
Let me give you an example of this. We actually know something about this psychophysiologically, and you can look at it spiritually or physically, and it doesn't matter. So, for example, if you take people in psychotherapy and they're accidentally exposed to something they're afraid of, they have a stress response that's damaging if it's sustained, and they become more frightened. But if you expose them to exactly the same stress...
You know what's odd about this whole discussion is it seems like how long are we into this now? We're nearing the end of it. So we're over an hour. So it's an hour and a half of basically Jordan Peterson trying to tell these two midwits about all the things that he finds fascinating. And then these two other midwits saying, well, I don't find those things neat. That's really what this is amounted to. Now, I'm saying that Jordan Peterson is talking about a range of things that are actually fascinating and which do actually make good points. Except for the weaknesses at the early on about the specific question about the reality of the events. But the entire response of the two midwits for the rest of this discussion has been that they don't find these things interesting. I mean, we are dealing with public intellectuals who are still lauded and praised, who believe that it's a sufficient reply to an argument or to a statement or to a question to say that I don't find that convincing, I don't find that interesting. Remember the Matt Dillahunty debate? He did this to me. We see the atheists do this all the time. This is like Matt Dillahunty's favorite retort. This is a fallacy. No one cares about. It's called a psychological report. It's a fallacy of incredulity. I don't find that believable. So what? What's the argument? This is so tiring. So people were wondering, well, why'd you stop doing debate reviews? Because the so-called public intellectuals are all midwits or pseuds, and they don't even know basic fallacies. So what's the point?
And they do it voluntarily. They manifest an entirely different pattern of psychophysiological activation. Okay, and it's a stance of challenge, right, and not of fear. All right, and so one of the things that you're doing in psychotherapy when you get people to expose themselves to, you could say predators, because that's an accurate way of dealing with it, is that you get them to shift into a mode of voluntary confrontation instead of prey-like apprehension and retreat. And what they learn from that is that they can embody that pattern, which I would call a spirit metaphysically. They can embody that, they can practice it. It's also the case, there's some evidence that there's
So, well, it's interesting because Peterson 10 years ago would not say, I'm talking about a spirit metaphysically. I mean, remember we went through, we analyzed at least maybe half of the personality lectures. And at that time, and maybe he would say, because he was teaching a course on, psychology or whatever, he couldn't talk about the metaphysics. I don't know. But he seemed to generally not want to go in that direction. So it's interesting to hear him talk about the ontological status, the meta-ethical question, the metaphysics of spirit. I mean, this does seem to be a different era of Peterson. And I would point out that one of the things that sparked the Pajot versus Dr. Lindsay fracas was actually the concession, I would say. Now, it may not have anything to do with me. I'm not saying it was due to me, but if you remember maybe a year ago, year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, Peterson was starting to critique the Enlightenment. Now, what was the very first critique that I did of Jordan Peterson 7-8 years ago? Oh, it was about enlightenment. Well, I'm glad to see things shifting in this direction. Because if you remember, I was pointing out the inadequacy of the Enlightenment classical liberal ethos as a sufficient rejoinder to modern liberalism and modernity. Where is it at? 2 years ago, 8 months ago. Trying to find exactly where it's at. Seven years ago, this is it. So 7 years ago, I did the critique of classical liberalism. And now we have an era of JBP, I would say, via Pajot discussions, probably. I'm guessing, I don't know. But I'm assuming that has some degree of influence there to critique these Enlightenment ideas, which is good. And if I recall, that's what sparked some of this Lindsay drama. Let's move on towards the end. I don't know if I don't see any more super chats. I was going to take calls. I apologize. There's not really anybody. There's one person, but we've been going for a long time, and I'm pretty sick still. So I think my minimum levels of energy due to sickness are pretty much like drawing thin. So I don't think I have much more energy. But if you guys want to watch the rest of this, I'm sure you can see it right here. I don't know what the Baldwin effect is, but it looks like the discussion, I guess it went about as I expected. It's funny to me that Dawkins didn't really say a whole lot. I mean, pretty much Jordan Peterson was like heated and animated the entire time, which was enjoyable. I would say he dominated the discussion, and the other two sort of soy men were kind of like sort of cowering and like shrinking. So Jordan Peterson looks like the CEO of a company like setting a bunch of people straight before the merger, and these are the people that are getting let go for their failures. This is the boardroom. These are the people getting let go, and they're getting screamed at. That's essentially my analysis of this debate. Anyway, I hope you guys had fun. Hopefully I'll be fully 100% back to health in the next few days. And